Hey family, we are gonna go and chop it up. I am sorry your girl is divinely timed. We'll see how tonight goes. I see there's a lot going on in the room. The list still needs to be reorganized. We still gotta get ourselves together, y'all. Hashtag navigating through Mercury retrograde, right? Okay, so let's go and get this show on the road and try and figure it out, shall we? That part.
Staring at herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
Hey, beautiful people. Now that we have got the pleasantries out the way, Lakia Cooley. Honestly, beautiful. I don't even know where we are with the list. My moderator, she was on holiday. I think we've started to create a list at some point, but it got messy. It seems like it got messy. I don't know where we are with it. I guess at some point Mina created a list, but I can't see that list anymore. Yeah, and then it's crazy. I don't know what's going on, guys. Yeah. Hey, Andrea. I don't know where we are with the list, my love. Hey, Kay, girl, can you help a sister out? I am like, where are we with everything? Hey, spiritual journey, Tara, beautiful. It's been a minute, mama. How you doing? Guys, we have had some good weather, so your girl was out enjoying. My bad, y'all. I literally just stopped into the family and just had like an impromptu barbecue. Yes, please, Maridinia, please, can we sort of get a new list going? I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, that's if there's a free list, right? Spiritual Journey Tower, you know how this goes by now, girl. We've had 2 lists so far, and it's just not giving. There's a lot of chaos in the space. Oh, we're dealing with some Mercury retrograde technical difficulties, y'all. We're dealing with delays. That is then having an impact on how the space is rolling. So we're going to have to just roll with the punches. Do bear with us. We're going to try and figure it out as far as where the list is. I don't know where the original list is that Mina created, but they are saying that we can have up to 13 on the free list for tonight because of I'm gonna have to get through this as quickly as I can, y'all, because I am on a timer as well. So we're all in a little bit of tense energies navigating through the Mercury retrograde vibe. So we got 13. If we can redo the list, see if we can get 13 on the free list and open the donation list. And then we can dive into it. Hey, Sammy, girl. God, I'm like taking up decks that I don't even usually utilize. That's how much. Hey, Irene. Hey, Majay. See, I got home okay. I just left my mommy, y'all. Yeah, told y'all I went and had an impromptu barbecue. Seeing as we had some good weather, that's not normal in the UK. So we got to take it when we get it and do something with it. Okay. And as much as I wanted to be here for y'all, I had to take advantage of that opportunity too. So forgive me, but I'm here now. Let's sort out the free list. Let's get that together. And then we're going to dive into it and see where we are. Andrea, that depends on where we are with the list. Stick around. I think my girl Smeridinia's working on it. Yeah, because we're still trying to figure it out. I think Mina started a list at some point, but I can't see Mina's list that she started for some reason. That's not there. I can see Smeridinia said, thanks, Mina. So I'm assuming that's thanks for getting her on the list. And yeah, now we're a little bit confused as to where we are with the list, basically. Svetlana's definitely there on the list. I see there. Who do we have in the room, guys, as well? Mina is having a little lie down at the minute, from what I can sense at the minute. She's been back from her little family trip as well. So she's a little bit, her energy's a little bit low as well. So we got to forgive her. She'll get in her if she can muster up the energy. That's what I'm sensing. So we'll have to try and make the space work. Okay, let's try and see if we can get a list going for the time being whilst we wait for Mina to come and join us from her beauty rest, because she needs it, yo, because she's going to be hanging in there with me throughout the night. So hopefully she's well rested enough to be able to stick it out. Amira, we'll see where we are with the list, my love. Hey, Love Ma. Nice to have you in the room. Okay. Okay, where are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. We've got 11. Let's get Andrea on the list as well. Okay. Sorry, I'm like going through. Let's get, let's get Andrea on the list. I think Spiritual Journey Tarot asked just after Andrea. And then, Lakia asked, Irene asked before, actually. Okay. Damn, y'all. This is gonna be chaos in a bottle tonight. Okay. Sorry, guys. Okay, so some people aren't necessarily going to be able to sort of get added onto the list per se, but if you want to put your question out there, I'll get a reading done for you at some point during the week. You can be on the pre-recorded playback. So I'll do your question. I'll do a reading. The donation list is going to be open after 15. So the 15 is the current list, plus I think it's Irene. I don't know if Lakia's still here. Ethereal Goddess was asking at some point. Oh God, even Kayla was asking at some point. That was earlier. Oh damn, yo. This is messy. Messy. Okay. Right. Let me stop and think. Who do we have in the room presently? Can like we get a raise hands or something? Thank you guys. Thank you guys for putting it out there. Because we're gonna have to work with the list as far as where we are presently, to be fair. So okay. Amira's here as well. Smeridinia's here. Thank you, Smeridinia, and thank you for doing the list, girl. I appreciate you. Who else do we have in the room, guys? Just stick something in the chat and we're going to go and get like a new list together based on, I guess, where we are presently. Thank you, Irene. I see you ain't left here since a minute ago. Yeah, love that. Okay, Sammy's here. Hey, beautiful ethereal goddess. Okay, you're here as well. Hey. Okay, where are we? I know you were on the list, my love. I know you were on the list. Yeah. That's why we're trying to re-establish where we are with the list. Okay, so we've got Lakia, Irene, Smeridinia, Amira, Lakia, Love Mars, Sammy, Ethereal Goddess, Andrea. Okay, we're going to redo the list in terms of where we are. So where did we start? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we've got 8 as far as who's in the room presently at the minute. And then from the original list, so we're going to go with reorganizing the list as far as who's here presently, right? Because, yeah, the chaos has ensued. Don't worry, y'all. I'm used to navigating through chaos. You girls got this. If I can manage my anxiety at the same time. Girl, I can't wait to find out, okay? Because half the time I'll be asking the guys, I'm like, okay, so what about some of these timelines? I need you to start like giving me the tea on what is manifesting. Listen, this is what I was saying last time. Y'all come in here and ask me about these people y'all in situations with, and you know, then life goes on and happens, and then I'm the wiser. I feel I feel like it's cheating. But I get it. I get it because I did the same thing. Hence how I got here with y'all as well, because we're on the same vibration. Right. So we're going to get the new list together. We'll get, okay. So as far as who will be first, we're going to start with from the original list. Who's here from the original list? I know that you're here from the original list. Sammy's here from the original list. I think you, Sammy, and Kay. I think I saw Kay at some point was here from the list. I don't know if Svetlana's still here. I know that you're here, Kay. That's okay, beautiful. You're gonna have to. You're gonna have to. Svetlana, hold on, girl. We're still trying to reestablish your new list. I know you're here, Kay. Okay, so, all right. I am going to put a little note in the chat as far as who's where, right? And then if you guys can reorganize that figure, then we can get this show on the road, I guess, having done homework. Okay, so first we're going to go with where were we on the original list? We have, okay, Split Lana's still here. So we're going to get her back up at number 1, right? And then, okay. And then, sorry. I'm going to get the list, I guess, together. This is my first go, I guess, having to look at the guides, putting it back on me. Okay, so then we have Kay next. I haven't seen Foxy. Yeah, haven't seen Foxy. So haven't seen Ari yet or anything either. Let me go down in the chat to go and see where we are. I know you present, Kay. I sense that you were here, Mama, because I saw you in the chat from earlier. I could still sense your eyes. Okay, so let's go. I'm going to sort of put the new list together and we'll just kind of dive in from there. So we've got Svetlana and Kay from the original list. And then after Kay, I think I saw Sammy in the chat. After that, then I saw Smoradinho was already here. Love Ma. Okay. Love Ma. And then going into those who asked to be on the list now, let's go and dive into it. Spiritual Journey Tarot, if you're still here, let me know if you are. Yeah, because I haven't seen you since it's all kicked off in the chat, even though you actually got in here just as we started. So one of Ethereal Goddess as well. because we want to hear about this tea as well, don't we, Mama? Okay, Ethereal Goddess was one of the others. Kayla Tillett actually asked before Ethereal, so I'm gonna think, is Kayla here? I haven't seen Kayla. Let me scroll down and see if there's any updates for Kayla. Hey, Ash. Okay, Ari's in the building. Okay, let me go and get you guys in for where you guys were originally on the list. We're having to reorganize the list, y'all. Okay, so after K, we'll get Ari back on the list here. Okay, Empress Ari. Damn, y'all. The list is fast growing tonight. And then we've got Ash, who's come back in, and Ash was before Semi. So we've got Ash 13. And then, yeah, that's it. Mina's going to come in at some point as well. Mina was just before Sammy. We'll see. We'll stick her on the list and kind of get an extra in place because I don't actually know if she's going to make it in tonight. They're telling me she's pretty exhausted as far as her body. So we just have to roll with the punches, guys. So we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. I don't know if Kayla is still around, but she was somewhere on the request aspect of things. Okay, so right. Then we're gonna go to Kayla Tillett. That's questionable because I don't know if she's still here, but I might take her out, I guess, if she's not around at the minute. Then we had, bear with me, guys, I'm just trying to get us going. Then we had Irene, Lakia, and Andrea. Okay, Irene, Lakia, Andrea, 54. Okay. And then Spiritual Journey Tarot. I don't know if you're still here, Mama. But I think that is it. Amira, my love. I don't know if you're still here as well. I'm going to have a look and see where we are. Okay. Yeah, okay. Oh God, this was a lot. Okay, so we're going to add are you here, Amira? Let me know if you're here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. Okay, we'll work with that. That's the free list closed. Okay. Let's get this together. All right. Sorry, y'all. I'm having to moderate and get my lists together myself as well. But the good thing is once I get this going, it's going to be done. And that's it. Nothing else needs to be amended onto it until we have some donation. I don't even know if we've got space for donation readings tonight, to be fair. Hey, Melanie girl, we just managed to establish the free list. And the free list is closed, Mama. Sorry. It's even exhausted to like my usual capacity. I was holding one spot for you in between, Amira girl. I wanted you to confirm if you're still here, Spiritual Journey Tarot, because they said it was going to be between 13 to 15 on the free list tonight because of this Mercury retrograde mishap. Tune in next week though, Mama, Melanie. Yeah, we'll be able to see if we can fit you in on the list. Yeah, girl, listen, It is real tonight. You can also stick around and see if anybody misses their slot, but my readings generally tend to be pretty long because we dive into the tea over here. We want to know everything as much as we can for the most part. Yes, that's what's up. That's what's up. Don't worry, Spiritual Journey Tarot. I sense that you were somewhat here but distracted at the same time. That's why I kind of like had an in between. You laugh, Virginia. Listen, it's just how it goes here, you know. Right, guys, I'm literally just like giving the list a bit of a makeover, okay, and we'll be good to go. Just give me a second. Dang, we're like 20 minutes in dealing with these backlash, I guess, of retrograde season. Thank you, Mercury, for putting your girl on blast. I'm grateful though. We've got a busy room tonight, so your girl's going to have to do her best to try and get through it. I don't know if Kayla Tillett's going to turn up, so that may be a questionable space in the process of this. So I'm just putting that one out there. I can sense that that one's a questionable one. But yes, so on the list presently, Split Lana has already put her question out there. Thank you, girl. I'm going to go back and find your question, so don't worry about it. I will get it done for you. And because I'm thinking I don't actually have the time to film and edit a reading as much as I'd love to for you guys. It's just not giving. Yes, Mama. Thank you again for putting it out there. Listen, that's how you get it done, y'all. Listen, take notes. This is how we want to like roll through tonight with this retrograde energy. We just want to be as quick as we can with it. All right. I'm going to let the downloads come through, flow through. Don't judge me as well if I'm like trying to get out of the space. I'm literally, I can tell that they're going to have me on a bit of a timer because I'm going to be in my best Two of Pentacles energy tonight. Your girl's a whole clown doing a whole juggling act tonight, y'all. Don't laugh too much, right? We're ready to go. There we go, y'all. List is ready. Ready. Okay. That is it. We are gonna get into it. Let's get this show on the road. 23 minutes in. Here we are, guys. Right. So I'm gonna start these because I definitely am gonna need to keep running those going. So this is the list, guys. This is where we are with everything. We've got Split Lana, okay. Empress. Clearly there was a typo there. My Mercury retrograde impact. Sorry, Ari. Ash 13, Mina, Sammy, Smaradinia, Lovemar, Kayla Tillett, questionable. Ethereal Goddess, Irene, Lakia, Andrea 54, Spiritual Journey Tarot, and Amira. Okay. That's where we are with the list, guys. Free list is closed, and we're going to go and dive into it. Okay, whoever isn't here on the reading, when we sort of get around to it, it's just kind of what it is for tonight. I can tell that tonight's like brutal energy, so it's going to be interesting to see how the truth comes out tonight, y'all. Okay, let's go and dive into it with Smaradinia's question. Oh no, Split Lana. Sorry, my bad. Your girl is dehydrated as well because it is hot here. Okay. And the UK doesn't usually get. Listen, Mercury retrograde said, do you know what? I think August should happen in September. Okay. So we had some delayed August weather. Right, guys. Split Lana wants to know, what are Sagittarius' feelings towards her? We'll start with the feelings first, and then we'll unpack the questions, because the feelings are going to be telling. So, confusion is definitely there. There's some indecision when it comes to you already, Mama. I can tell that much. Okay. Let's get into it. Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay. Interesting. Okay. They're questioning whether or not they want to reunite in a space with you. They still have some emotional attachment, but they're questioning whether or not they want to venture on that journey, or really sort of like make an effort into this space with you guys. Let me clarify that a little bit so I can get an understanding. Put this into context for me, guys. What's this about? Because on the undertone of it, you guys have got the Fool card in reverse. So it lets me know it's like a major arcana, but it's kind of hidden. It's a major test in the relationship, whether or not you guys actually like do come back into alignment for him. Like it's whether or not they're willing to, it's whether or not they're actually willing to sort of like put the effort into the situation. Are you guys in communication at the minute, Split Lana? Oh, thank you. Okay. Question to you, Mama. Are you guys in communication at the minute? Sorry, my window's open because your girl needs some air in, so y'all might hear just random stuff going on in the background until it gets too late around here and nobody actually, it's like life stops happening around here after a certain time. Yeah, looking at the context of the situation in terms of this reunion, I guess one of the things that they're questioning, even though they've got some feelings, it almost feels a little bit like they're a little bit discouraged with just how things are kind of like unfolding at the minute. It seems like somebody's being cold and just a little bit, yeah, just slightly bitchy, I guess, for lack of a better way of putting it. It feels like somebody's energy is quite sharp with the other person. So it seems like they're kind of like questioning. Have you guys had a disagreement? Because they're showing me 5 of Wands. Have you guys had a little bit of a heated debate of some sort, like a conflict that you guys couldn't quite come to resolve with? Differences in opinion is the best way that I can put that. All these questions are for you, BTW Split Lana. Differences in opinion? Okay. They're questioning whether or not they actually want to sort of venture back into this space and make an actual effort. They're trying to navigate through, I feel like somebody's bitter in the space with you guys. Who's the bitter one? Sorry, I'm very direct. Is this your energy or theirs? Who's the person that's bitter at the minute with, because somebody's being a little bit standoffish and slightly cold in the space with you guys. Oh, Manor, the list is closed. It's even extended longer. You have Ali, you have missed the list again, and it's even extended tonight because we had some chaos with Mercury retrograde. It's extended to like 15 tonight, and you guys have missed it. But yeah, Split Lana. I don't know if I'm like delayed. Sorry if I'm moving too quickly as well. It's because the channels kind of flowing fairly quickly because they're trying to move me through the process as well. But yes, want to know, is this your energy or theirs? Who's the standoffish one, you or them? I'm going to start diving into their next actions in the meantime whilst you answer that question, they said. And then I'll continue to unpack that space as far as the feelings for you. Sorry, Ali. Maybe next time, Mama. Okay, so he's standoffish. Okay. Thank you, beautiful. Okay, well, yeah, clearly, because he's still pondering on whether or not he wants to be in this space. Okay, so what's his next actions towards Split Lana? Thank you. Ah, interesting. Sorry, girl. They're giving me some tea. Elaborate. What do you mean? Okay, interesting. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so it's interesting because as far as his actions towards you, it's almost like he's kind of walking away from the situation, right? But he's leaving the door ajar. That's the best way that I can put it. That's why I asked them to elaborate for me in terms of like the situation. So what they're saying is that basically he's going to be quite stealthy and a little bit elusive, and he's pretty much just going to be quite deceptive in the way that he does approach the situation. I don't think he's coming back in to really be involved. I think you may likely get some sort of check-in at some point. It's going to be a while. Let's see the timeline on the check-in, guys. What's the time? Okay, what's the timeline on the check-in? Oh, thank you. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Are you sort of trying to make communication at the minute, Split Lana? Are you trying to reach out to them and they're a little bit unresponsive? Answer me that. Well, that's what I wanted to check in as well. That's why I wanted to check in to your space as well. What was the question that I just asked you? There was a question that I just asked you, but now they're like, oh, the question's irrelevant. Oh, no, I got what you meant. I got what you meant, Mama. I got what you meant. Sorry, I'm going to bring the church fan out because it's hot. Let me move the cushion as well, because that's making me even warmer. The charge fan is coming out, y'all. It's that time. But yeah, when I say check in, I think he wants to sort of like check and see what's going on in your world. I think he's kind of like playing the field. He's going to play the field a little bit, see what else is out there. And then when he kind of feels like he's not really having, I'm not going to say much luck, but when he kind of like finds himself bored, is the best way that I can put it. It's kind of like one of those moments where he's just like, oh, I've got nothing else to do at the minute. Let me just kind of like check in and start communication going to sort of like see what the situation is over in that space. That's why I'm asking certain questions, because it seems disingenuous, basically, him checking in. It's not really to genuinely check in. It feels like ulterior motives. As far as like he doesn't really come to offer anything, because I think that he learned for himself that he actually doesn't want to be restricted by a relationship. He's not necessarily ready for that. That's not necessarily what he's looking for at the minute. And I think he's kind of just figuring things out himself. I think he's planning, I guess, for that in the future, but I don't think he's like met anyone that's made him as such want to settle down in that way. I don't think he likes the like having to be responsible for another person's like feelings and having to consider them during their thought process. Like they're just living their best selfish life, for lack of a better way of putting it. And that's kind of where they are. That's where they're happy at the minute, and they're okay to kind of continue where life is going at the minute. That's what I was trying to find out for you too as well, girl. Thank you on the when. Okay, so many thoughts flowing through my mind as well. Guys, give me a timeline. Come on, let's not play about it. Give me a timeline, please, and thank you. Thank you. Okay, when do you see him likely to sort of check in? This moment of boredom, when's that happening? Okay. Yeah, I thought so. Okay. So this one, is there someone else in his life? I think he is keeping his options open. I don't think that there's someone else per se. I think he's trying to kind of like find, I guess, a connection, but it's a little bit slow. It's not so giving. Yeah. And I think he's kind of like realizing that people are a lot more shallow than he realized as well. So as much as he wouldn't necessarily want anything too serious, the depth of waters, which is so shallow, equally isn't as pleasing for him. I think that's why he actually circles back. But I think he's kind of like coming back into the space within the next few months. I want to say anywhere between December and January is where he's likely to kind of like crop up, to be fair. That's the timeline I'm sensing towards like mid. Yeah, there's a 6-week span between mid December right the way to the end of January, where he's likely to show back up into the space, kind of, I guess, doing, like I said, a check-in, but really it's more a case of nothing else seems to be working, even though he doesn't necessarily want a relationship. Do I have time for private readings? You'd have to holler at me on Insta, beautiful. Holler at me on Insta. I sort of like set up my private reading stuff on Insta. And we can take it from there. My stuff's on the channel. I think you should be able to get a link to my Insta on the channel as well. But yeah, I think the link in my bio as well has access to all my social media channels. I'd have to make time for you, beautiful, because I'm assuming there's a little bit of a time difference as well. Perhaps whereabouts are you based, Ali? Back into your space. Monica, hi, my love. The free list is closed, unfortunately, beautiful. So the donation list is open. There's only 3 spots. yeah, unless you want to stick around and see if somebody else misses their spot, or tune in next week to join us and see if you can get in on the free list, right? But yes, beautiful. So he's going to be cropping up around about, yeah, he's going to be cropping up around about December, January times, because he's kind of gone through the process with trying to sort of connect. Okay, so we're like in the same vicinity. Okay, GMT time, holla at me, IG, yeah, we'll set something up. But yes, the situation, when he does come back in, it's more a case that he's kind of like, by the time he gets back round to you in December, January time, there's two other people that has come up as potentials, but nothing's stuck with these two people. Because he's kind of flaky, doesn't necessarily know what he wants. He's just kind of like trying things out. But then these people don't necessarily have the patience, I guess, for him. So I guess he kind of like wants to test back the waters in the space with you, because you seem to be able to tolerate him for a little bit more, for all intents and purposes, in comparison to the other two, I guess, potentials that he goes through between now and then. Or between now and then, between the time you guys stopped your interaction or disconnected your interaction to that point of meeting back up, or checking back into this space. Yeah, I think when he comes in, like I said, his intentions are disingenuous. So let's have a little look and see what the guidance is on how to work your light in this space. What do you guys advise our girl Split Lana to do in navigating this situation, guys? What do you guys advise? As clearly as you can. Yeah, beautiful. As clearly as you can. Thank you. Okay. Oh. Okay, Monica. Thank you, Mama. I'm going to check on the, I think you can only donate via PayPal at the minute, because the Cashapp has been down for a while. So I'll go and check that for you and confirm, and we will work our way through the process. Sorry, my bad. Got your donation, Monica. Okay, so I guess we'll be adding your question next to the list. Okay, beautiful. Yeah. So the way that it works with the donation process, I actually probably should have copied that when I did that as well, right? Yeah, so let me just write donation list and pop you on it. That's the best I could do. I am multitasking tonight because my moderator is having a well-deserved lie-in. And the guys are helping me out as well. So we're like trying to figure this thing out together. There you go. Okay, and I'm going to star it as well. That's okay, beautiful. So it would basically be yourself next on the donation list, because that's how it works. But Kay did put her question out there. Oh, that's amazing. That is amazing, Kay. I love that for you, Mama. I've solved your question so that you don't have to put it back out there again. So we're going to go to you next, Monica. Then we're going to go back to Kay and go back into the free list. But the guidance for you, Split Lana, on the situation, this dynamic that you're navigating through with this person, it's about sort of like trying to figure out where you need to kind of retrieve your soul with this dynamic, because I think that there's an emotional connection, and it's definitely a rite of passage for both of you guys to kind of like come into contact with each other, meet each other, and learn. I think there's qualities that he's going to learn about yourself that he appreciates later down the line when he does reach out. I just think that his intention's still then just disingenuous. He's just he's coming in from a very self place, and it's not necessarily like for genuinely wanting to be able to add or aid your life. It's more kind of like, oh, well, I'm not really getting the attention the way that I thought that I would, and she paid me attention in a certain way where it made me feel good about myself. So they're basically just kind of coming in to get their ego straight. And you're kind of having to figure out where is the best place to place your energy when it comes to that situation. I don't know if you're going to be... I don't know if they're your Hercules heels when it's kind of like, I don't know if you'll survive them basically when they come in for this check-in, even though they're coming in so disingenuously. I have a feeling that you might lean into this. So we may be having a conversation yet again in February about this person's Split Lana. Yeah, it'll be interesting. But yes, that's the advice for you. Like, it's about figuring out where you need to sort of like retrieve your soul, have a healthier balance in terms of the dynamic and how you attach to people, and what your expectations are and what your standards are, and how you kind of like execute on maintaining those standards. How do they know that you're not just bluffing type thing and you're just settle? Because they'll give you settle price and you have to decide whether or not you're willing to take that price. Okay, my love, I hope that was useful for you, beautiful. We're going to move on to Monica's question, and then we're going to get on to Kay and get into the free list, because we have a lot going on tonight, and your girl's going to be here for a little bit. Okay. Okay, right, so let's get, okay, so can I know what will happen between me and R? Okay, Monica, let's dive into it, girl. God, your girl is hot. Okay, guys, so let's unpack this for Monica. Our girl Monica wants to know, what do you see happening between her and R moving forward? Okay, get that part. Thank you. Okay. So it seems that that's pretty big, right? Okay. 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 Are you and R in communication at the minute, Monica? Because I get the sense that things is a little bit complicated with you guys. Oh, that's okay, Split Lana. Thank you, Mama. I'm so sorry. Your girl's out of it tonight. I'm literally just diving into stuff, but I hope that was useful for you, though, beautiful, as always. Monica, my love. Whew. Where are you guys in your connection at the minute? Good, good, good. What I'm seeing with the situation, okay, so it's funny because they're saying to me that it's more a case of like kind of sussing out the relationship and figuring out whether or not this is something that you guys want to continue to sort of build on. I think that it's almost like you guys are kind of, how long have you guys been together as well? Because I think that that's another question that they're sort of like putting across on the situation where you guys are sort of past the honeymoon stage, but you guys are in a questionable place of the relationship at the minute. So how long have you guys been together? Answer me that next question. Whilst I go and put some things into context. Put it into context for me, guys. Okay. Get it. Okay. Okay, thank you. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, that's nice. And how do you see things playing out for them sort of moving forward in terms of their union together? Oh, cute. Thank you. Okay. So I think that you guys have a good little situation going. Don't judge me, girl. I'm going to have to fan my way through this because it is hot. No, and I get that. I think he's still trying to figure out like what he's doing with the situation. I think that he definitely is going to kind of like make these romantic gestures. I think he's going to definitely sort of like let you know where his head is at with the situation. I think 7 weeks from now is really where he's kind of like a lot more expressive with his feelings, like being, it's almost like the chemistry is overwhelming by then, is probably the best way that I can put it. And he's kind of decidingly sharing where he's at in the situation. I do think that you guys have a good connection. I think that he wants to see you. I think he's going to make some gestures within the next 2 to 3 weeks in terms of like putting the effort out to make sure that he sees you. I think he's quite excited a little bit up here and down there. He's excited over here and down there at the thought of you guys' connection. So that's a good sign. There's sexual chemistry, so that's always nice. Yeah, I think he's kind of like, he's intrigued by you. He likes your playful nature. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I don't think he's sure about that just yet. I think that that comes like 7 weeks from now in terms of like this commitment thing. I think he's still figuring that out, Mama. I think he's not really there just yet. I think in the next 2 to 3 weeks, that's going to help to be like a little bit of an encouragement. I'm not going to say a push, but it is going to be an encouragement. I feel like the universe is almost going to sort of like show him like why you right now, if that makes sense. That's just the best way that I can put it. It's like he's going to get an understanding of the why you right now, and he's going to kind of like subconsciously go on that journey of understanding more about that why. And I think something happens 7 weeks from now where there's a wall that comes down where he's able to express that. Right now, he's like, commitment, no. He's not really there just yet. I think he's kind of organizing his feelings to really sort of get clarity on what he wants to do fully with the situation, you know. You're curious about what his next steps will be, and he's curious about you, just in essence, in terms of like what will be the next best steps to take with the situation. I definitely think he wants to see you again. I think he wants to keep seeing you again. I think you guys have a good little journey going for the next 7 to 10 weeks. I'm not sure what happens after that point. It feels like I'm going to be honest, I don't know if it fizzles or if it's just a case that you guys actually come across a significant barrier, basically, in terms of your ability, because I see that location may be a factor around about that time. Are you guys planning to travel around about like the holiday times? Because I see that that may be a factor in, like, that's one of those tests in the connection which will determine whether the connection continues or not. So maybe worth checking in. I don't know if you know if they're looking to travel for the holidays just yet, but it seems like week 10 is probably the biggest test. Week 3, you guys, okay, something's coming up around about week 10. There's something to do with location, creating some sort of distance where you guys kind of have to like figure out whether it's going to fizzle out or if you guys are going to sort of like do the work to kind of maintain at that distance, basically. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, let me have a little bit of a look and see what's going on at week 3 and week 7 to put it a little bit more into context, and then we'll see what the guides have as far as guidance for you on it. Week 3, guys, what do we see happening? Whew. So beautiful. It is hot. I am tempted to think, get naked. My primitive instincts just kicked in then. I was about to take off my clothes. Okay, guys, show me. Week 3. What do you see happening 3 weeks from now in the connection? Okay. Make it clear, please. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Okay. Investing in making a commitment. They're just going to reiterate what I've actually just said with the intuitive senses anyways, because week 3 we have the Lovers. So it's like I said, he's going to be making gestures. I think week 3 is when he makes a significant gesture. He starts to line it up like 2 weeks in, and week 3 it manifests itself. And then you guys continue on this little trajectory where it's quite, you know, it's nice for the most part. And you guys seem to be willing to make the effort. It's kind of like the reciprocity is there, which is nice. It's a good sort of start with the situation. What happens at week 7? Okay. Week 7, what happens, guys? Okay, thank you. Oh, major arcana. This is interesting because week 3, we have the Lovers card, major arcana. So you guys are able to really come together on like your decision to basically sort of like be together. So I think you guys may be having your exclusivity talk potentially around about that timeline. Potentially, it's not like the talk as such, but it's just, I'm really liking where this is going. I'm not really sort of, seeing anybody. I'm not really interested in seeing anyone. And the conversation kind of flows from there. That's at the week 3 part mark. Week 7, it seems as though it's kind of like really then how can I put it? Sum that up for me, guys. Oh, okay. Okay, interesting. So week 7, there becomes a little bit of a challenge, I guess, in terms of the communication. It's not as frequent. It doesn't seem as giving as what it is right now, just because life is lifing around about that time. I guess there's a lot going on in their life then. But it seems that whatever starts at week 7 then takes their attention away by week 10. And I think that that's where the distance situation comes into play. It seems like they may have some sort of emergency situation that comes up at week 7 that kind of shifts their focus a little bit, and they get a little bit overwhelmed. And it's going to be like important how you play support behind the scenes, like when they start to basically seem withdrawn, or if it seems like they're shutting down. It has a lot to do with some of the stuff that they have going on behind the scenes. I want to say with family, because it feels like it's a family concern, this particular situation. So yeah, I think if you are able to be a good means of support, it helps to strengthen the situation. Because like I said, at week 10, it seems as though there's some sort of travel involved, and the distance is going to be telling on how you guys are able to, how you're able to navigate through that. Hey, Zayan. I'm actually in the midst of a donation reading. The free list is closed. The donation list is open for 2 more spots, and then that's closed as well. Alternatively, you can stick around and see if anybody misses their slot on the free list, or tune in next week. Okay, my love? Oh, good. So what is the guidance for our girl Monica in navigating through the situation with R? Thank you. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. So the family situation is going to be a major test on the situation. They're saying, for the most part, it's almost like God's saying, let go and let God when the unlikely heir, so when the stars align to call their energy outside of the space, you kind of have to navigate through your own process of I guess managing your compromises, because that's going to be the main thing. I guess that's where the relationship's going to be like really challenged, because majority of the compromises will be in their favor during that time between week 10 and week 13. So yeah, it's going to be interesting, potentially up to week 14, depending on what moon cycle's playing out then for you guys. But yeah, they're sort of saying just let go and let God. Try not to control the situation too much. Let go. of your need to want things to be a certain type of way, because in that kind of climate it's a lot different. But also definitely still be assertive in terms of like what you need during that space as well, as far as, you know, the communication, because it seems like they kind of shut down under the stress and pressure as well. And you get to see a different side of them pretty early on as well, to be fair. But you guys, I want to say 4 to 5 months, really. You guys may survive that 10-week timeline, but I don't know if the relationship is stronger with it. So I'm seeing up to 4 to 5 months on this situation. Doesn't mean that it won't necessarily last any longer. The current spot that you guys have now, that's going to require nurturing. I see that being cultivated for up to 4 to 5 months. After that point, I don't know what happens from there. That's me being completely honest with you. Okay, my love, but I hope that that was useful for you nonetheless. Okay. I'm sorry, friends. Please write the answer. I don't understand. The sound goes off and on, please. Oh, sorry, Zayan. That's okay, Monica. Thank you. Thank you. Let me know how things go with you guys. You know, stop back into the space and update us. I definitely think that they're willing to put the effort in. I just think that what starts to happen is just a case of timing. Timing is everything for you guys. And it seems like there's a few resistances that his life is meeting just at the timing of you guys starting to really kind of like define your connection, basically. So part of the game. But keep us posted, my love. All right, we're going to go back to Kay's question now. Zayan, I hope you can hear me, my love. I hope you can understand me. I was saying the free list is closed. The donation list is open for 2 more spots. Alternatively, you can stick around and see if anybody misses their slot on the free list. Okay? That's how we do things around here. Right. So let's go and dive into Kay's question. I think I started as well. I think I did. Yep. There we go. I'm so dehydrated. Zayan, sorry, my love. The free list is closed. The donation list is open for 2 spots. Okay. And the only other options to basically stick around and see if anybody misses their slot on the free list. Okay. That's kind of where we are with everything at the minute. This is a free list. We've done Split Lana. We're about to do Kay. Then we've got Ari, Ash, Mina, Sammy, Smara, Lovemar, Kayla, Ethereal Goddess, Irene, Lakia, Andrea, Spiritual Journey, and Amira. God, it's a whole bunch tonight. Your girl. Yeah, it's hot. Okay, so I'm going to go back to Kay's question, and then Ari, if you're in the building, start getting your question together soon enough. You'll be able to, you know, when I get to the end, I usually did the angelic guidance at the end. So, yeah. Right. So Kay wants to know what changes are coming going forward. I made attempts to reconnect the family and did push creative goals forward, health changes and business training also. That's what's up, girl. Look at you doing your homework. Okay. That's what's up, Ari. Okay, beautiful. Start getting your question together. Kay, you here? Because obviously I'm reading for you now as well. BTW, that part. Yeah. What changes do we see coming for K? Yeah, give me the next few months. Let's see what's coming in tandem for that. Thank you. Okay, are you here, my love? Oh, interesting. Is that a no? Okay, good. Good to know that you're here, because I need to understand how things are unfolding for you, Mama. Okay. Firstly, we've got the Magician here in reverse. So this is definitely going to be a major arcana for you. I was like reading your timeline for the next 5 to 7 months, because they're kind of like showing me the dynamics of some of the stuff that you're working on. They're actually going to be cultivating during the course of that, I guess. But they are showing me that sorry, I want to dive a little bit deeper into this, because we've got the Queen of Wands in reverse and we've got the Three of Pentacles here along with the Magician in reverse. So I want to get a little bit of an understanding of the undertone of this. Okay. Okay, interesting. All right, put it into context for me then, guys. Oh, thank you. Okay. That's what that is. Yeah, I sensed it. Okay, so oh, Zayan. Oh, my love. Well, okay, Zayan. We'll see if you are able to, I guess, get someone's slot. Maybe you know something that I don't. We never know. Spirit might have you out here for different reasons, so I can't speak on that. Thank you, Ethereal Goddess. Thank you. That part, okay? Because it was about to be a whole challenge. Right, so, hey, Sammy, beautiful. What I'm seeing with the situation, as you're navigating through the stuff that you're navigating through, there's like one particular person. It's a guy. They seem to be. It's almost like there's a little bit of how can I put it? This one particular person, it seems like you're waiting for some things to be pushed through by, or this one person has the ability to allow for some of these things to be pushed through. Let me see what area of life is this as well, so I can put it into context. Sorry guys, I've got skirt on, but I'm so hot on this leather chair as well, so I'm gonna sit actually on the chair bare butt because I am hot. Right, so let's see. I want to put it into context. It seems like you're having some disappointments with this one particular person. What is it then? What area of life? No, it's not a romantic situation at all. We know that. What area of life is it though? Where you see this? Okay, thank you. Okay. So what I'm seeing with the situation is this guy, sorry, I just got a message there that threw me for a second. This guy seems to be a little bit young. I want to say young mentally, right? I feel like he has certain privileges that has allowed him to be in a certain position of power that he's in. And there are certain decisions that has to go through him that seems to be delayed. They're not delayed forever. You know, they're sort of saying to me the delay doesn't mean a denial. It just means the retribution is greater than what you anticipated with the situation. So when the stars align for it, interesting. So when the stars align for it, then you'll be able to kind of like reap the benefits of the seeds you've sown. They're saying to me that it's not going to be a significant delay with this particular person. It may be a guy to do with business. I sense that he somehow is to do with business, some sort of finances, business situation, and that somehow the delays on that situation kind of leaves you a little bit like, I guess, disappointed, you know, just kind of like licking your wounds a little bit, you know, processing your sorrows, if you will, right? And it seems as though for them, yeah, it is. I feel like it's some sort of authoritative figure to do with some finance or business situation that seems to be delayed and continues to be delayed. But it seems like around about the 8 months mark, after 8 months and 9 days, it feels like that's when the stars actually really align for this situation to start to work itself out. I feel like the dynamics with everything at the minute, it feels like it's all about balance. And right now, management is everything. And I feel like it's almost like the universe is all trying to have you focus in certain areas right now in order to be able to make room, I guess, give you the opportunity to have the capacity for when you get to that stage, right? Yeah. I don't know as well. It seems like the guy is quite young, just in mind as well, because I feel like there was a way that this timeline could have been moved up, but it seems like it's his boo-boo, and it's because of like just his young-ish tendencies. I don't know. He's a little bit like I feel like his privileges, like I said, got him into certain positions. And because of that, he hasn't necessarily really he hasn't optimized through doing the work. He's just kind of like been lucky, for lack of a better way of putting it, right? Sorry, I'm so fidgety, guys. I'm so hot. I almost want to stand up and do what I'm doing because I can't be asked to sit on this leather chair anymore. It's actually, yeah, it's doing my butt in. But with this situation, the delays that you kind of like navigate through is just teaching you how to be a little bit more resourceful in places as well. I think that not necessarily getting like the green light, if you will, straight off the bat with this particular situation, because I think he has to do with business and finances. But getting the green light around about, you know, in 8 months' time is really when you're actually ready. I feel like you kind of go through a preparation process. And I feel like although you're not happy to hear about the delay was really due to the fact that there wasn't really like an actual ready. I don't think you were actually like ready. As much as you want to be able to kind of like get started or have the situation be wrapped up. Yeah. They're saying it kind of has to be that way as well, because like if you were to do what you wanted to do under the stars that you were doing it, it would have basically like been a tragic Saturn energy pretty much. It's kind of like they were saying that in alignment with where Saturn's energy is going to be able to support what it is. Yeah, it's strange. It's strange because I don't see it in a love connection. I see it more so in something to do with business or finance, but there's like challenges that comes with it. There's like significant, yeah, well there's significant dynamics to the situation. I don't necessarily think that it's to do with you guys' space, even in coming into a light. I feel like, you know, when you've like ran a race and it's almost like you're being tested again. It's like, oh, do you want to do that again? Right. But you've just ran the race not too long ago. So you're still a little bit exhausted. I feel like when you guys come into the space, there's a little bit of exhaustion. Do you see what I'm saying? So I feel like that's what that situation is, but I don't know that this situation's a romance thing. It feels somewhat like a business situation, something to do with finance that has a little bit of a delayed dividends is the best way that I can put it. A delayed dividend, delayed investment even, which is why the dividends are delayed as well, they said. Yeah, this person is an authoritative figure. It's not a romance situation. They just so happen to be in a powerful authority and they have autonomy to make certain decisions that impact your life. That puts you in a position of feeling very much like the Five of Cups energy, where you feel a little bit disappointed with the way that things have turned out, not necessarily in your favor. And you have some regrets basically for how you're handled along the way. Yeah, that's interesting though. So what do you guys advise our girl Kay to do? Sorry, I'm gonna need to go and get some more drink, y'all, as well. Like your girl is dehydrated, so I need all of the good stuff as well. Okay. Show me. Thank you. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Okay, so they said in terms of the guidance on the situation, right? They said that this isn't necessarily about trusting your path. And those are some of the challenges that you're naturally going to navigate. This one isn't necessarily a test. Hey, Mina, beautiful. Nice to have you in the room, girl. I wasn't sure if you were going to make it into the space today, but I knew that there was going to be significant delays. The guys had said you needed your beauty rest. Beautiful. Don't worry, we got you though. We kind of like tried to figure it out. I know. That's okay. But girl, I already updated the gang. That's exactly what I told them. I was like, yeah, they said Mina's been traveling. Her body is super exhausted. She needs the beauty rest. She'll get in here if she can, if she gets enough rest to be able to come in and join us. And she'll be sitting into the space throughout the night. So you need this time, girl. You're good. They already explained. We already put it out there, to be fair. But okay, they're saying, right, with the situation, this isn't about trusting your path per se. that they are, girl. They already put all your business out there. But we're on the same page. Oh God. My executive producers spoke to your executive producers and we decided how we were going to execute the show. But yes. So they're saying what this situation is going to do is going to trigger you to be able to utilize your tools on how to maintain being grounded. And that's what's going to speed up the timeline. Girl, you laugh, Smeridania, but I'm telling you, it was like, because when I was going to go in, I was like, I sense that Mina's not going to be sort of like present. They were like, don't worry about it. She'll get there when she gets there. Her body's exhausted. You know, you need to go, it's showtime. Like, trust me, guys, like behind the scenes, it's a whole show thing. And they get excited as well because, like, low-key in spirit realm, for the spirits that can obviously see them, this is a whole show for the, like, whole spiritual community. So, like, they just get to sit and watch, like, the living doing their living thing. I was told the situation would have been messy. Well, this is what I'm trying to sort of like say. Like, I don't know if this is a prerequisite for them saying to you that, you know, this business dynamic gets into something romantically, because it seems like it's something to do with finance in terms of why this person is introduced to you or to what capacity they are brought into your life. If you're sensing romance around the situation, that may be a case later down the line in terms of how things kind of play out after the fact, right? Because I'm seeing on the cards that it's almost like it's not necessarily about you, like I said, trusting the path that you're on, because those moments are past. Like, that's not a path that you're on. So there may be two paths or two courses to take with this individual. They may come in playing one role and it may recourse to another dynamic. So it depends on what the chemistry is like, right? And that may even be a factor as well as to why the stars maybe even allow for this individual to kind of be delayed, to give you guys more time potentially to even build or nurture a connection. They're showing me that moving forward nonetheless, like with this situation, they're saying like with this individual, it's not something to unbound from. It's something to be able to get grounded and really strategize on how you're going to navigate through the situation, because it really is a connection with your soul tribe. And it's a great gathering, right? It's a great gathering and all is coming together. Okay. The soul tribe is kind of aligning naturally and organically. You're sort of presented with the right unique options. And I think that this person, when they do sort of show up, because I don't think that they are present just yet, I think that they're actually going to be coming in. I want to say November times is the timeline that I'm getting, to be fair. I see that there's a situation with this individual around about November times, which is when they're sort of like introduced into the mix of your life. And their guidance is to just kind of like, don't necessarily like shut down the situation, because it may have the ability to transform into many different variants of dynamics when it comes to relationship. It may come in one form, but it has the ability to shift into another form. The best way that I can put it is almost like they'll come in one context, like, oh, this is what I'm here for, but it might be something else. It may sort of like evolve into something else over time as well. And having to figure out all of that as well. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Keep me posted though, because I think that once they come in, it's going to be apparent who they are, so we can have some updates and discussions around November and see what new situations we have sort of like coming up. I don't know, I'm getting the 12th of November for some reason. So yeah, timeline wise, around about that time, I guess this individual is sort of making their appearance into your orbit. I hope that that was useful for you, because it felt like I was like all over the place, but I hope that you were keeping up with the process of what I was saying, because it seems like this is a significant relationship. It's a major arcana. We've got I think it's something to do with I think it's something to do with him. Yeah, I think that it's to give you guys an opportunity to basically like decide some things. But I don't know what exactly. I don't know what. I think that there's an attraction potentially, maybe, but he doesn't come in on a romantic situation initially. But I feel like the delays are there to kind of like keep this person lingering for a little bit longer to just clarify whether or not the attraction is moldable into feelings, basically. I hope that that makes sense. But yeah, it's beautiful. This one isn't one-to-one bound from though. They're saying just get grounded, connect with your natural empathetic nature, and allow for yourself to just kind of, you know, flow with the plan that's coming together. Okay. I hope that that was useful for you there, Mama. Yeah. I am going to grab some more drink because I am so dehydrated. That part. I thought I had the phone vibrate as well. Okay, hold on. Let me go in. That means we only have one spot left on the donation list as well. BTW, because your girl's trying to get out of here tonight. I know it's already going to happen like tomorrow, but. Oh, I might have to go directly to PayPal. I was told the situation would have been catastrophic because I think finances are involved as well. I think it has something to do with finances. Sorry, I'm going to have to go on PayPal directly because we're doing that again. No, not sign up. I don't want to sign up to PayPal. Look at PayPal. Okay, so this is the current free list, Mina. I think. Yeah. Hold on. Sorry. Yeah, that's the current free list. Obviously, we're doing K at the minute. The free list was excessive today because things got a little bit chaotic without you, girl. We are done with the free list. We've got about 15 on the list tonight. So your girl's doing the most. I've had to organize myself about the situation. So, yeah, it's a little bit touch and go tonight. I'm hoping to get out of here for a decent time though. So forgive me, guys, if I start moving through things fairly quickly as well at certain points. Okay. It's not personal to y'all. I'm just trying to personally get off to bed. No, that's okay, beautiful. Don't apologize. That was, listen, like Mercury created that mishap to give some like windows of blessings for those who were able to get onto the list. Okay. It's just what it needed to be. It's all good. Don't worry about it. God is good all the time. Right. I've got that donation, I think, Katie. Let me just check. Get off me. Yeah, got that donation. Beautiful. So yeah, I will I feel awful. I couldn't. No, beautiful. Don't worry about it. Girl, you better shake that off, okay? Don't let that spirit of guilt tell you lies. Nobody cares. It's good. I'm just saying. You're good. That was merely just a window of opportunity for some other people to really be blessed, my love. So don't worry about it. I have to get better at the list and being a lot more faster and efficient because this is the whole point. I'm being optimized to try and get better with my times. But yes, I will go and dive into your other question. Okay. I'm gonna go and get some more drink after this, okay? And then we'll come back to, because your girl is hot. Hot. So forgive me, guys, if I even seem disoriented. Girl, you might need to. Okay. I'm like, I'm trying. Good. Where are you on the list as well, Smaradinia? Oh, girl, you might need a coffee. We're going to go to Ari. We've got Ash, Mina, Sammy. Yeah. Girl, you might need a coffee. Thank you, girl. It's my little church fan. Oh, I'm telling you, this weather is lovely. I'm not even gonna complain. I'm just hot. How many are done? Well, we're on K now. We're on K, so not many. Beautiful. We had Monica who came in and she was on the donation list, and we've only got one spot left on the donation list. Now that Kay has donated as well. After that, the donation list is closed as well. Okay. So we're going to go into it. Kay wants to know what type of ancestors are around her. When you say what type, what do you mean in terms of, because I think you're asking in terms of culture. Is that it? How many are done from the free list? Sorry, Kay, I'm back into your space, sort of unpacking your question, Mama. Sorry, I'm hot, y'all. Like, if I do seem disoriented, just bear with me. I can't even have my little, I usually refer to them as my Jew calls, but they ain't even like, because over here we've got the Orthodox Jews and they have like the little cows. But yeah. Oh, okay. Do you mean culturally speaking? What ancestors you have around you? I want to sort of go directly into the question that you're asking. Your native ancestors are around you. They are connected, I want to say at least 5 generations removed. You also have some of your Caribbean ancestors, which are a lot closer to you. So basically, the way in which the connection works, there's different portals, I guess, based on what generation they were in their time. So yeah, that's kind of like how it works on that side. But you have the Caribbean characteristics, qualities, whatever come up. Okay. Yeah, so you have the Caribbean side of things. They're sort of like 3 generations removed. So this would be, okay, so 5 generations removed. That would have been great grandparents, right? So the great grandparents in the native culture, they are with you strongly in terms of your navigating. And then you also have the Caribbean ancestry as well. 3 generations removed. So that would be great grandparents, I want to say. Yeah. Is it great no, okay, grandparents. So Caribbean, we've got grandparents. They're sort of in the mix. Their voice is probably I don't want to say the loudest, but they seem to be able to communicate most efficiently at the minute, basically, in comparison. We also have, so this is interesting as well, right? We have the European side of things. That's like seven generations removed. So that's like great grandparents, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Great grandparents. Send the fan. Listen. Yeah, great grandparents. In the European side of things, they're sort of like in the mix, and they are pretty good with the guidance as well. So these are, I remember cousin mentioning a great. Yeah, so it's a great in terms of the European side, it's a great like 4 grades removed, basically. Grandparent on that side that is like still with you. And I think that they were actually, because the more we learn about ourselves, basically, the more that, because they're a genetic that lives inside of us, and this is how they communicate to us when we talk about the calling, basically, like this is how we're able to receive the downloads and stuff. But it was important to them that you understood their genetic makeup within you, because there are certain things, basically, there are certain privileges that you get access to being born of their genetic sequence, basically. So there's certain karmic unfoldings that you will be able to benefit from, certain work, basically, that they had done in their lifetime to be able to put certain things into place. And you'll be able to benefit, I guess, from. It's interesting because there's like, on that European side, right? I got this one lady who's like, obviously she's like, they didn't expect for the lineage to basically become so bastard, unfortunately, and I'm sure you know what that means. Because they were like keeping their blood pure, whatever that means, right? She's pretty I think obviously she's saying to me as well, like, she's being here in the spirit world. I'm just going to give you playback in terms of how I'm getting the download, right, as it's coming through, because she seems to be communicating mediumship. So it's like, yeah, in coming to sort of like having come to know you, she can see so much of herself in you, your resilience, your perseverance. Like, she was just as determined. That's one of the things she takes pride in, being able to sort of like train you in as well. Obviously she didn't expect, like I said, for the lineage to basically be at this place of its. I think you may have been the not you per se, but there was a recourse that happened like 2 generations after this person. Because I think it was her son. She's saying that her son got led astray by his little head. But she is pleased to see, like, that so much of herself, because she would never, it's, oh wow, this is so strange. I feel like I'm having like a little bit of a, she's proper doing mediumship in this space, she's proper communicating effect, like, but she's very chatty as well. Very, very chatty. I think she was sort of like saying that she was like waiting for the opportunity to be able to communicate this. So I think she was the one that basically requested this question for you because she wanted to make an official introduction. I think this is so interesting as well. Like I don't think she thought that she would ever really be happy with the thought of basically like, because in her time, in her generation, like being Black was the worst thing that you could be. No offense, I'm just saying, right? And this is no clearly y'all see my color, right? I'm just delivering the message. Don't shoot the messenger. So for her, like being able to see how the generation has evolved and intermingled, and like grown into this evolution, if you will, of something else. She's quite, yeah, she's quite, it's strange because like, it's like she's showing me like sometimes she looks in your eyes, and it's like she sees pieces of who she had been. Like, I don't know how to put it, but she's like so grateful. Like the way that she's putting it, I'm getting emotional because she's getting emotional. The way that she's giving me the download, it's hard to like receive the downloads half the time and feed it back to you guys like in real time. But the way that she's putting it to me is like, this intermingling of the genetic sequence like taught her about the Black struggle, and for her to kind of like be at a place where she's seen it. Like she looks in your eyes and she's seen the struggles of your ancestors prior to her and after her, and I think like it's given her a greater understanding, I guess, of the Black walk, for lack of a better way of putting it, because that's how she's putting it to me. She says she's proud of you. She says you're doing a really good job. She says you listen well for the most part. She said she was stubborn because she was one who had the gift herself as well, but she wasn't necessarily as obedient to her guides as you seem to be. So she said continue to honor that. You don't seem to be as flaky as she was as well, because she would be like a reckless mess. I think like sometimes she kind of like struggled with bipolar, with her like empath ability. She wasn't able to always manage the burdens of others. So she was always a little bit off skelter mentally, a little bit from time to time. But like she's glad to see that you manage it well, because sometimes the testing of some of these spirits when they are communicating and some of the projections that you navigate through, she's like, I see how well your body sort of takes it on board, how you process it, how you alchemize. And for the most part, like you do a good job being able to not return certain energy. You generally tend to transmute it, which she said is like something that she's impressed by. She says, she said that's it. She really just wanted to be able to make an official introduction because, you know, she didn't necessarily think that she was ever going to be amongst everybody here, because she's showing me like there's lots of ancestors that are here. Let me be very clear about that, BTW. There isn't really like a particular dynamic, but these are just the ones that are basically like being very proactive in your path at the minute, right? Because different ancestors will speak up at different junctions, right? But yeah, I think she says, from what I can see in the space, like she seems to be quite proud of the way that you're able to prioritize things, because that was a struggle that she, oh, okay, yeah, because she's the one that wanted to basically arrange this meeting with you, because she was talking, she wouldn't shut up, to be fair. I had a spirit in the back while she was talking. He's like, oh, they've let her out the back, because generally she's quite a quiet spirit in comparison to all the other spirits. But I think obviously because she's taken center stages, but listen, your guides are funny. They are funny. But yeah, because she's taken center stage, she's usually quite quiet. They're like, look at her go, look at her go. But yes, the tapping, she's the one that wanted to basically be acknowledged. She was the one that was putting out the request basically for that question, because she knew she was just sat there waiting at the edge of the channel of my mind to just jump in and say her piece. But yeah, she just wanted to let you know that she's proud of you, and I think she wants acknowledgement as well for being a part of the community, because I think she's so proud of like all the spirits that she walks with in guidance of this vessel that is you. And also you're an obedient vessel. Sorry, you're an obedient vessel for the most part, which she's grateful for, because she said that there's other descendants that she's working with, which is just such a challenge. So she's grateful for you and the work that you're doing and stuff. And she's really going to sort of like, you know, help with some of the planning that you're doing. There's things that you'll need to reconsider, but she's going to really help to make sure that like some of this, for lack of a better way of putting it, girl, some of this white privilege that she's manifested, she's going to make sure that you get some of that too. Basically, I think that that's really what she wanted to come and tell you, for the most part. So yeah. Pros and cons though, because that's what she's saying. She's like, pros and cons comes along with it, but we'll talk about it when we get there, she says. So yeah. What were you researching on the relatives recently? She was a funny one. She was very interesting. Sorry, I'm waiting for Kay to sort of like let me know. I asked for protection for living people too. Yeah, definitely needed. I think this is the blonde. She's got a little bit, it's not like a super light blonde, but it's sort of like a sandy blonde sort of color. It's sort of like a sandy blonde sort of color. I want to say almost ginger, to be fair, more so, but yeah. She said she's not ginger. How dare I? She's not ginger. My bad. She's funny. Listen, this one's a good little crack here, mate. And I asked for people to wake up spiritually. Girl, you know what you're doing there? She said she ain't ginger. She was offended. She crossed her arm and everything. She's like, I'm not ginger. Who are you talking? But yeah, how dare I? She's not ginger, but you can't tell. With the kind of lighting in spirit, it's hard to tell. It looks almost ginger, but she's letting me know it's the lighting. She's not ginger. She's more a sandy blonde, if anything. So yes. Oh, but she is funny. She is hilarious. I think when you sort of like do the requests as well for like the awakening, you know, there's one spot left open on the donation list, Mina. We've only got one spot left open after Kay, because Kay took the second spot on the donation list. So yeah, I don't know if Kayla Tillett's actually going to be around, because I haven't seen her for a minute, but we'll see how the list goes as we kind of unfold. But yes, beautiful. I think she was the main person that really wanted to come through and just let you know that she's going to be helping you to activate. You're basically going to be activating your next genetic sequence. You were asking about people waking up spiritually. That included yourself, Mama. You're about to wake up to your white ancestry, for lack of a better way of putting it. She's been waiting to be acknowledged for a minute, and she's happy for you to be able to tap into some of the karma that she's already earned for the lineage. And she's going to talk you through how to be able to get it. So that's what's up, mama. You, girl. Yes, you. Okay. She is going to help you. I did contact a descendant of. Okay, so there you go. There you go. She's gonna let you tap into some of the privileges that are rightfully yours, because I think that that's how she feels, like having seen. Yeah, they are. They are. Definitely. The USA folks are around. They are definitely there. I had a dream with a gypsy looking woman. Yes. That's what I'm saying. The European, describe her to me if you can. Because she feels like a really little chatty bunch. She was the last one, I guess, not necessarily the last one, but she was one of the ones on the lineage that was activated. And when I say activated, she was spiritually awakened, and she was practicing, and she was doing, her spiritual gifts were growing basically with her. But yeah. Thank you, Mina Mama. Her spiritual gifts were growing with her. But I guess, I don't know. I feel like it's been a while, I guess, since she's had some practice. It seems like it's a lost art on the family lineage. I don't think the agent side practice heavy. I don't think so. It wasn't a situation of practicing as such. It was more a case of the religious context of how they were able to kind of like do things for them, right? But yes, yeah. I think she just wanted to really put it across to you that she's going to be able to help you sort of manifest some of the stuff that you're doing. They did. They practiced differently. When you say the most, I would agree in terms of frequently. Infrequently. It's interesting because the Caribbean, the Caribbean folks, a lot of their practices were from, the African spirituality. So a lot of the evolution, I guess, of how they practice were actually taken from their African roots. So it won't feel directly, and I get that as well. It won't feel directly sort of like that connection to Africa, because now it's been dressed in the Caribbean evolution of how the practice looks. So yeah, that's what that is. Exactly that. They did have more freedom to practice to some degree as well, because even then it's a challenge. Like, yes, the white privilege was, of benefit, I guess, to them. And that's where they were able to sort of have some like liberties that they could take with certain situations. But I think for the most part, not necessarily in the way that they would want to be able to practice out loud. So I think they still had their own, I think they still had their own things that they had to sort of keep in disguise as well with the situation. But yes, beautiful. I hope that that was useful for you for the most part. What's the guidance then, Mama, for our girl Kay in navigating with this new activation that you're going to be assisting her with as well, seeing if she's asking for spiritual awakenings all around. Thank you guys. Okay, we've got these cards here again. Interesting. Okay, so this isn't necessarily about sharing your voice. This isn't the initiation. The initiation's already occurred. And as you move forward, this isn't about like unbounding yourself. It's not necessarily about like releasing any soul contracts or past life contracts. It really is more or less a case of, again, just listening to the intuitive hits, like really being grounded, and allowing for yourself to be able to tune into it as it flows to the surface of your conscious mind. I'm just feeling the Africa and Asian group don't practice much now, and many left Africa. Definitely, it's not really something that, it looks different. They're not the same way. They weren't necessarily doing things in the same way that they were doing things before. I was advised not to expose family secrets because many will be jealous and will try to ruin things if they learn. Yeah. That's the whole, I'm feeling the family bond change over time. It's growing 100%. Something happened basically in 2020. Something happened in 2018, but something happened in 2020 when it comes to like something happened on the individual hard drives, right? In 2018, but something happened on the family hard drives in 2020, that I think she had to learn a hard way. Beautiful. This one European, I think she's had to basically, she's been observing like the other guide. She's been observing how, I think your diligence and your willingness to basically do the work is what has impressed her. That's why I'm saying the things that I'm saying that she's saying about you, because I do feel like she had been impressed basically by your resilience with the situation. She had been, I just realized I didn't even put the right time. Oh no, we're on to the next day now. Sorry, my bad. I was thinking, huh? I don't feel people practice together like before. No, they don't. As far as like coming together for like a prayer chain or even doing like a group ritual, or do you see what I'm saying? Oh, you want to manifest this word? Let's come together and do a little manifesting ritual for you on this. Not anymore. They don't do that anymore. It's not as communal to basically like do the manifesting process anymore like that. But yeah, I think for this particular ancestor, she's just been impressed by the way that you've handled the whole situation. I think that's why she wants to come forward and claim you now, girl, because I think before she was going to keep her mouth shut, if I'm honest, and if she was honest as well. But I think you impressed her basically with your work ethic, and your willingness to actually do the work. I think, you know, she probably had questioned if she wanted to give any of her white privilege karma to some of the other people in the ancestry, because I think when the ancestry sort of like when the lineage took a course, like she wasn't necessarily best pleased. She felt, like I said, it was bastard blood. That's kind of how she put it. Because I think obviously it was an illegitimate kid type situation. And yeah, I think for the most part, she's just now in acceptance of some of the decisions that her lineage had made. And she sees, like, you know, how much stronger the lineage is for actually having this recourse as well. Right. And she gets the point in it as well. She understands that God is basically trying to sort of bring retribution in certain places. And it requires a genetic like intermingling of sorts as well. So she gets it for the most part. But yeah, I hope that was useful for you. They're beautiful. Thank you for the questions, Mama. I am going to go and tap up my juice because I'm dehydrated. And I'll be back for Ari's question. So put your question out there, Mama. Sorry, I'm going to fix my... That's okay, beautiful. That's okay. Sorry, I had to cut it short. Yeah. I'm going to go and sort my drink out. I'll be back, guys. Where's Ari? No question? Ari, Mama. Sugar. Oh my God, I'm so hot, y'all. Whew. I'm so grateful for this blessing. I think that's what I'm learning in this season. Just be grateful. Guys. Okay. Is Ash here? What have we got in the room? Okay. Throw your question out there, Ash. We'll see where Ari is. Thank you, Andrea. Nice to know that you're still here. We've got a while yet before we get to you. Feel free to pop out and pop back in. That was so nice, actually. The Kay's great grand just said thank you. She's been waiting to be acknowledged for weeks. That's funny. What is I can't. I can't. Yeah. Okay, good to know that you're still here. Yeah. She's just saying thanks for like listening and taking heed. I don't think Ari's here. Ash answered, so Ash is gonna put her question out there. You are funny though. Ash, you are too funny. I know Andrea is laughing at what Ash said. Ash then said, y'all, this is before we get to Ash's question. This is how Ash started off her space. Forgive me, spirit guides, for I have sinned with the Aquarius. Oh, that is so funny. Okay, so let's dive into the question. Oh, Ari, we were calling for you for a minute, girl. Oh, my bad. Oh, dude. Okay, type your question. Type your question, Ari. Ash, girl, I'm gonna start your question. Okay. Sorry, Ari. They did say to me that you were just typing, but I didn't even see it here, so I wasn't sure. So forgive me, my love. My bad. I've started your question, Ash. We're gonna let Ari type her question in. I guess your spirit guides wanted to out you for a second, girl. They were like, yeah, let's put her on blast. And then let's pause her for a second so she can think about this. Oh, that's funny. Listen, that's what Mercury retrogrades are for. Okay, like, yeah, the Aquarius diving back into old patterns, seeing if it's the right fit this time round, seeing whether or not you're willing to do the work on the things that are necessary to sort of like progress to the next stage and phase moving forward as well. This is the right climate for that type of situation. You're good. How do you feel sort of like diving back into the space for the most part? Okay, we've got Ari's question. I'm going to go and unpack that. Oh, guys. Okay. Let me try and... Whew. Okay, so Ari's question here. Okay, so, yeah. So I feel like someone, by the way, because they're saying, to sort of put it out there, they're saying to me that I have to keep the readings to a 15-minute intervals for each reading. That way we can wrap up at least within the next 4 hours with the list that we've got, if everybody's here. And if not, then I get to get off early. And also that's my test, I guess. So we'll see how your girl do. But yes, Ari says, so I feel like someone from my past that liked me for a while, but didn't confess to me, will come back into my life and confess that this will be a person I like. Is this in my head or is this real? No, it's not in your hair, girl. We're in the right climate for it. Mercury retrograde may be setting this up, not necessarily just for this retrograde, but it may be for a retrograde after, for them to really be able to come in. It depends on the dynamics of the situation, to be fair. So, person from the past coming back in for Ari. Sorry, I'm going to dive into it with the cards so that we can get all the context of it. Thank you. Okay. When are we thinking? Sorry, I'm unpacking it. I'm unpacking it, beautiful. It's not in your head. It's not in your head. I'm just thinking about the timing of this individual showing up, because I don't know if they'll actually show up during this Mercury retrograde, but I think the Mercury retrograde is kind of like you're getting those thought processes within your psyche, right? For a reason. It's almost like this Mercury retrograde is prepping you for it. Okay. So when do you see this individual sort of like coming back in? Oh, okay. Give me a timeline. Don't be like that. Sorry, guys. We're having some deliberations about a few things. Okay. Okay, so it's less than 3 months, basically. So it's about, okay, within the next couple of months. 10, 11 weeks? Okay. Okay. So potentially you're sensing this person's sort of like arrival, because things have started to go into motion for this individual to sort of like, I guess, it to be revisited, but the timeline's actually 11 weeks and 3 days. Because they were very specific with me. They were like, I was like 10, 11 weeks. They were like 11 weeks more feels more accurate, and 3 days to be precise. So yeah, your mind isn't necessarily playing tricks on you. You're just getting the download in preparation, I guess, because your body's intuitively picking up on, I guess, what's going on with that situation and what's going to unearth with that situation. So it's a bit far, 2 months from now. Keep my options open. That's okay, girl. That's okay. That's definitely keep your options open, because even when they sort of like come into the space, yeah, it kind of like it's something that bubbles over time, anyways. Yeah, it's something that bubbles over time, anyways, as far as them being able to confess their feelings. Yeah. As far as them being able to confess their feelings, once they come in, it's kind of like they're playing the whole playing it cool card for a little bit. And when they come in, like in about 2 weeks or so, they're like, okay, they're kind of like openly expressing themselves and was like, I liked you back in the day. But I wasn't sure how you felt about me, type thing. I wish I had said something then, but I kind of didn't really know like where I stood with you, type thing. And I didn't know if I was your type or if you'd be interested. So some of those conversations are what's had, basically. Once they realize that you're actually pretty chilled, I feel like they catch you in like a chilled state, and they feel so like comfortable to share that, you know, they felt something there once upon a time. And they're sort of like putting it out there to revisit it to see if it was something that was reciprocated then. Like, did you feel the same way then or not? Type thing, you know? What's the guidance for our girl Ari on navigating this stuff? What's the guidance? I don't know if they are your type. I'm going to say that to you straight off the bat as well. Okay. Okay. Oh, you're gonna call in, beautiful. Let me send that in. Sorry, my bad. I haven't actually even copied that into the thing yet, so that's why. I think you will be. I think you will be. I think like that's the whole thing. I think that like this situation's coming in to sort of like take you out of your comfort zone a little bit. And it's almost like the universe is asking you, well, you say that this is like your type, right? But what about this package? Like, how does this package, how appealing is this package? Because you actually, for the most part, like, you like their personality, and you like the fact that they're crushing on you and how they talk about you because they're crushing on you. But I think that aesthetically speaking, they're not your usual type. So I think it's something that you have to ponder on for a little bit. Yeah. Otherwise, there will just happen to be a new person on my list of people that are being friend zoned. Oh, Ari, you're funny. No, there's romantic potential, I guess. I guess that's up to you, though. That's up to you. But yeah, they're saying that with the situation, you just kind of have to wait it out. You haven't necessarily, you didn't take a break in the past or anything like that. When the situation comes up, like tune into your heart portal and really sort of listen from that place. Because I think, like I said, you like certain qualities about them. You like the way that they speak about you. You love the fact that they see your light. You appreciate the fact that they're not like intimidated, I guess, as well by you and your personality, right? Um, I don't think that's the case either. Thanks for clarifying. You're funny. I don't think that that's the case either, but I think that that's the test. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be an interesting test for you. Well, keep me posted on that and let me know how that goes as well when the timeline sort of manifests itself. But yeah. I don't. Oh, we got Ash in the background. I don't necessarily think that you'll bypass his looks, but I think that the universe is going to ask you a very, very important question about like whether or not he's your type. Yeah. It's going to be interesting. Keep me posted though, Mama. I hope that that was useful. At least we've got a timeline. So I think that was the main thing that I wanted to grasp for you because you were sensing it and picking it up, and it's there. It's just some time yet you are preemptively experiencing precognition. So that's what that was. All right. So we're gonna go and dive into Ash now. We got her in the back. Sorry, let me sit up. I was like so loungy. But yes, we're gonna add Ash to the stage. There we go. Hey Ash, Mama, let me take off Ari's
Hi
question.
everyone.
Hey girl, how you doing?
I'm a sinner. I'm good.
Mercury retrograde can do that. Okay. Definitely.
Yes, yeah.
Just catch you off guard, just like that. Was it worth the karma?
Huh?
I said, was it worth the karma? How do you feel about it?
Actually it was. It
There
was.
you go.
Here's
There
what
you go.
happened, right? I
Yeah.
when I last spoke to you about, well, the situation, I
Mm-hmm.
had some of his things that I had to send back to him. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't get a chance to send it. So I had decided to
Yeah.
send it, and I was determined to send it Wednesday, right? But before that,
Yeah.
during the retrograde, I've been dreaming him more often
Mm,
than
okay.
I expected. It's not like I
Yeah.
was thinking about him. He was just showing up in my dreams and being real
Mm,
kind and loving in the dreams. I'm like, what the hell? And I'm like,
yeah.
okay, why am I dreaming him so
Yeah.
much? It's not like if I'm thinking about him, he just shows up. So I'm like, all right, this is just weird. So then,
Yeah.
as I said, Wednesday, I was determined to send the package for him. I was like, yes, I'm gonna send it today. I'm not going to delay this. I need to, like, get rid of this stuff so I could just, move on. And I don't know, this thought in my mind was like, no, don't send it,
Yeah.
right? And I'm like,
Yeah.
why would it say, not to? And the thing is, my Wi-Fi cut home, so I didn't have internet access at home, so I
Yeah.
I wasn't getting messages Tuesday or Wednesday morning.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I did go up the town, and that's when I got free access to Wi-Fi there. And
Yeah.
I saw he messaged me that morning, and I was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
And I
Okay.
was like, well, this is an opportunity to, like, meet up and just give it stuff, right? So I'm like, all right. So he wanted to meet up. So I was like, I'll just give him his stuff and we move on, whatever. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
we met. I sinned, and I'm here.
Long story short. Okay, girl. Where
I
do we
can't
go
help it,
from
and I
here?
had a terrible headache for days. I knew it was due to lack of, you know,
Yeah.
grown
Yeah.
people's things. So I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, well, girl, I
Yeah.
must say the headache is gone. Still, I sin.
Hell yeah. Because listen, this is what I say to people, okay? Because people are usually like, oh no, Mercury retrograde. Look, like we get the opportunity to decide, is it worth it? If it is, no shame in the game. You know what I mean? It is what it is. What's the question, Mama? Let's go and dive into it. Let's unpack it with the cards. Where
So
was
my
your
question is
question?
really, how does he feel and think about me now after we committed sin?
Okay. Let's go and dive into it. What are Aquarius's? Let's go with his feelings. What are his feelings towards our girl Ash as a very recent interaction, right? Because Venus and Mercury conspired for this one. Oh, that's my hubby. Hold on, girl. Too sex, y'all. Bear with me. I'll let him know I'm on live. Sorry, y'all. I had to just, unpack that quickly. Listen, Ash said, I like what I like. Okay, Sammy. Stop. Okay. We're gonna go and dive into it. Okay, guys, come on. It's interesting, right? Because I just shuffled the cards, and when I did shuffle, we had the tower at the bottom of the deck. So it's talking about just like sudden changes and a bit of a revelation. And now I've shuffled again, and it's actually in reverse. So this is interesting. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Feelings. Right, girl. Okay. Doesn't feel like it's a big decision for him to make. We've got no major arcanas, which is a good start. It does mean that he's pondering on a few different levels. His thought plane, mentally, he's kind of in a place where he's started to get a lot more open, I guess, to just being able to be a little bit more perceptive when it comes to things with you, because you're very observant and you take no shit, and you basically just kind of like call a spade. And I think he kind of, that forced him, I'm gonna say forced, but they're saying encouraged him to be able, because I know it was a real push, girl, so I'm gonna say forced, but they're saying encouraged him to really be able to kind of like maybe look outside of what he would usually perceive a situation to be, basically, because sometimes he could be quite rigid in the way that he is about things. It's interesting though, because I think like the undertone of the situation is the lack of progress, and he's questioning, he's questioning whether or not he wants to basically like keep this friendship thing going, basically. Because I feel like he feels like maintaining a friendship with you has continued to kind of like keep the door open. But I think he, okay, elaborate on this for me. Does he want more than friendship? Because that's just been the thing that has basically kept the door ajar, basically. Him being able to kind of like have the friendship connection going. So it's just something that I guess is being used to keep your connection going at the minute. Okay, thank you guys. Let's have a little look-see. Okay. Interesting. He's definitely becoming more open to romance, mama. He's more open to the idea of romance as opposed to, oh wow, he's actually open to like your high expectations as well in terms of romance. Like he's actually starting to become open to being able to see if he can actually meet those. I think he's kind of like questioning if he wants to kind of like keep things in the friendship zone, or if he's willing to actually like step up to the plate and actually like boss up. Interesting. All right, girl, let's see how it's gonna play out, because that's really what's like the tea, right? That's where it's all at, because he's just pondering all this stuff at the minute. So how do you see things playing out moving forward then? Okay. Releasing anxiety. Okay. Okay. Being emotionally cool, calm, collected, compassionate. Okay. Interesting. Releasing indecision, the lack of closure feels like there isn't necessarily many options available, anyways. I think he's kind of like low-key making like a methodical move. Okay, so what will he do next then? Sorry, girl. What kind of contract? I'm just out here like getting all the tea together first so I can like feed it back to you because there's a whole bunch going on here. I guess he's kind of like, I guess, not ready for it to be over. And I think he's going to try and kind of, I guess, bring it back to the discussions of maybe possibly like trying again type thing. Okay. Oh, wow.
Interesting. Because what
Yeah.
you said earlier about him
Huh?
changing, I did notice that when I saw him Wednesday. I
Yeah.
noticed he was being more kind and open. He actually look at his phone and watch videos on it. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Which never happened before. So I'm like, okay, apparently
Yeah.
he's sure man he has nothing to hide because he was actually looking at the phone with me. We were watching
Yeah.
videos on his phone. I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
So
I think he's kind of like opening up. I think for the most part, right? It's so funny. Why I'm laughing is because I think it's like they're saying to me like he realizes that for the most part your high expectations, right? He might need those things to keep him in check because otherwise he might get like he might just start losing interest, if you will. He'll stop putting in the effort, basically, right? And I think that he struggled, obviously, like you definitely kept him on his toes, but now he's realizing that, yeah,
that is true. I
yeah,
did.
yeah, definitely, definitely. But I think now he's realizing that that's probably what he needed because otherwise he doesn't move like he just doesn't move, not in the way that he thinks that he's moving. And I think he's actually starting to see the benefit, I guess, of your direct approach to certain things. So I think he is gonna potentially sort of like propose a new contract of maybe trying again. How would you feel about that? Would you want to sort of give things another go, or where are you with things personally?
I honestly, that's why I asked the question because I don't know how to feel anymore. I mean, the feelings did come back, but I was trying to like push it because I'm like, we all been through this situation many times. We know how it ends, so let's not get delusional right now. Let's look back and go back to that situation. Let's avoid it. And at least I gave him back his stuff, so there's no attachment
Girl,
there, so
you
I could
still
just
gave
move
him back
on.
his stuff?
But then he slips back into my mind, and I'm like, what? No.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because there's still, I guess, a connection of some sort there. Would you be open to sort of like seeing that through? Why don't you guys just work out the things that actually needs to be worked at? How about that? Because that's the thing with Mercury retrograde, like it just kind of like really highlights just the areas that really needs to be fine-tuned. And then also Venus is retrograde as well. I'm sure for the most part you guys know what some of your issues are, right? Like you know what the issues
Yeah,
are.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah. Why don't you guys just
yeah.
work at those
I mean,
things?
I have noticed,
Mm,
like as of a while now.
Mhm.
He has moved from like one two-word response to an actual sentence. I was
Yeah.
impressed.
Yeah.
Because this
Yeah.
is a man who does not say much. So to
Yeah.
have an actual sentence and written perfectly, because he knows I do not like,
Poor
those short
grammar.
type of things. No. Yeah, I want perfect. Yeah, he actually wrote out the message. And I'm like,
Yeah.
ah, this is nice. He's actually appreciate,
Yeah.
And
He's growing.
I see him putting in effort, but again, I don't trust it because I'm like, I've been down this road again. I'm not going back. I'm not going back. you know?
And I hear you. I hear you, right? Okay. Playing devil's advocate, right? Playing devil's advocate. I'm just trying to sort of like put across with the situation. Obviously, he comes into the space. Every time he comes in, he learns something different. He learns something new that he has to work on. When the new thing that he has to work on comes up, obviously it causes disturbance for the relationship. And then you guys kind of like navigate through this disconnection. Um, so he's going to present a contract, and it's going to be up to you whether or not you choose to engage or not. That's what I'm saying. Like, he doesn't even have necessarily anxiety about some of the things that he probably was anxious, like some of the demands that you had before would cause him some anxiety, no lies. But I think now he's kind of like he's adapting, if you will. I think that he's adapting.
Okay.
And I think that where he's at now, he can kind of see the benefits. So he's going to present the all the stuff you made sure that you took back, girl. He's gonna present an opportunity for him to get some of those stuff back in the house. So yeah, it's gonna be up to you.
Thank
Okay.
you so much.
No, that's okay. What's the guidance for our girl Ash? Because it seems like, yeah, she's tired of the cycles, you know, but I guess he has to learn bit by bit. He's learning though. You can see it for yourself that he's growing. So that's a really great start. And you guys clearly have some
Side note,
sexual
I think
chemistry.
I'm good.
So
Yeah, we do have chemistry. We do
yeah.
have a lot of chemistry. Trust me on that one. Yeah, a lot. Oh my god.
He's gonna present something. He's definitely gonna present yeah. He doesn't want the friendship thing.
But
That's not really what he wants. He wants a relationship. Like now, he wants the whole like romantic side of you. So the whole friendship thing, he's not really with it. It's just something that he's doing because he's being friend zoned, basically. So yeah.
that is true. It explains why he was being more loving and wanted to kiss more. I was like, what now?
He wants to be in the romance space with you. He wants to get out of friend zone. What's the guidance then for our girl Ash, guys? What do you guys advise? What do you guys advise? Tell me. Thank you. I know, right? It's so nice. Okay. Sorry, I'm like going through the cards. Okay, so I'm going to tell you the story that they're sort of like putting across, right? They're saying that the health of the situation, he's both of you guys, right? He's crossing his own health, like improving in terms of like, his communication skills, his ability to be expressive, his tendency to be able to show up and be fully present, right? Um, but yeah, I think all of those things are kind of allowing for both of you guys, even for you in this space as well. You're still also, as much as he's adapting to your direct approach as well, you're also still working on your delivery. Um, just little things both of you guys are sort of like working at as well. Um, yeah, they're saying that it's not necessarily a waiting game with this one. It's not about forgiving anything per se, because I think that that's past you guys. You guys are past all of that. It's about taking action, and the action to take right now is to not necessarily listen to your intuition. That's really sort of giving a firm, hard no on this. It's not about a timing situation, because the situation isn't necessarily improving as such. So you don't have to be assertive, because it's not up to you. Obviously, he's the one that has to do a lot of the work that you would like to do, because I think you come to the space and you're actually willing to do the work potentially with him. But he has to basically give you that indicator that he is willing to. So you kind of just have to sort of meditate on the answers that he's able to provide. If you just bring that conversation is going to happen. He's going to present the option of being more than friends. Um, and that's going to happen within the next few weeks. And I say weeks because it's a build up. He'll show you first through his actions before his words come outright and say it, because it feels like his actions isn't doing enough, basically, because he's not getting the responses that he would like, just in terms of like the amount of attention that he would like to get from you. So yeah, it's something that unfolds over the course of the next few weeks. I want to say 3 to 4 weeks, really. Yeah, I think this is like one moon cycle type situation. But yeah, that's it. Beautiful. Um, yeah, I hope that was useful for you, because it seems like my, how things have changed.
I know, right? Plot twist.
That part. That part is
Thank
like,
you so
okay,
much.
that's okay,
I had
beautiful.
so much fun. I need to
Thank you.
call in more often. Because, I mean, in this
Definitely.
way, I don't have to be like trying to struggle to type to like express what I have to say when I could just, see what I have to
Exactly.
say, right?
Listen, I don't know how y'all do it, because my dyslexia, okay, the way that I would formulate a sentence, I don't know how you guys manage to do that so quickly. So kudos to you guys. But definitely, guys, the links always, that's the whole point of me even doing these thingies. So I appreciate you for even coming on, my love, and making life so easy for both of us. Right?
I know, right? Yes, y'all should try calling in. It's much easier. And you get to say whatever. At least everybody know I sin. No,
You know?
but that's
That's
okay.
it, girl. It's okay. It's okay. Look, that sin is coming with offers, So that's the thing, though. Obviously, it's just weighing up whether or not you want these offers. Do you want him to want something serious, or not really?
Actually, like the Leo for now.
Mm.
So, an plot twist, y'all. Next plot twist. So, so I'm like, stop between, okay, chemistry with the Aquarius is like real good. I mean, seriously.
Yeah,
And then there's Leo. I'm like,
yeah,
who to choose
girl.
for
Good
now? You know?
problems. Okay, listen. Ari's over here trying to manifest one man. Okay, good problems. It's good problems. I think obviously if the sexual chemistry is there, that's something that you're just gonna have to. Do you have like a similar sort of like heightened chemistry with the Leo, or is that something you're still developing?
Nah, I'm developing the chemistry with the Leo.
Yeah,
Uh, but me and Aquarius, oh my God. I,
yeah,
yeah. The the chemistry is off the chain. I don't
yeah,
have to. What I like about him is he has
yeah,
experience. I don't have to say anything. He already
yeah,
knows what I like from
yeah,
what I don't like. With the
yeah,
Leo, I still have to explain what I like from what I don't
yeah.
like. So
Train
yeah,
him.
but the
Yeah,
Aquarius. And the Aquarius has a very big package. You understand what I mean?
That always helps to sweeten the pie. Always helps. Okay. Oh, this is a tough one, beautiful. Oh gosh.
It is, it is. But here's the
That
thing
is.
though.
Yeah.
His mom, actually, he's my neighbor. Well, he doesn't
Yeah.
really live here much, but his mom
Yeah.
is really my neighbor. She doesn't
Yeah.
like me. So that's why I
Okay.
said I've been down this road before where
Mm.
I have feelings for him, but his mom kind of intervenes in the background with her black magic and stuff like that, which
Oh,
yeah. So I
oh,
try not to put myself there.
okay. I see that it's complicated, girl.
It is. That's
Hella
why I said
complicated.
yours.
Yeah, but I think that's because mom's threatened by you because I think she probably feels like you'll be able to kind of like lead her son to have a mind of his own, and that's her fear ultimately, really. That's what that is. Which is a sad, sad situation. I guess Leo comes with less baggage with his situation. Yeah.
Um, he is the block on block type, as we all
Okay.
saw before in my messages. But that's
Okay.
the only problem I have with him. When he shuts down, he blocks me off, and then he'll block
Yeah.
me for like a few days, and then unblock me, and then we
Yeah.
talk, and then
Yeah.
yeah, he goes silent. Well, I'm assuming he's busy right now, so but I like to
Yeah.
give people a space, and I'm not like the clingy type. I don't like clingy people, so I tend to I understand, so I give people this space, so they will
Yeah.
realize that I'm not the one to keep calling and
Yeah.
messaging and stuff now. Can't
No,
get
and
that
I
from
get
me.
you. I get you. I get you. It's interesting because obviously I think that Aquarius is now like put in time to realize, I guess, what he wants. So he's gonna present an option, girl. Um, I know it comes with mama baggage, but it also comes with a big package. So think about it.
Yes, it does. But can I ask just one question though?
Yes, go for it,
Um,
beautiful.
is he single? The Aquarius.
Yeah. I mean, when
He
you
is?
say single, you mean like single and available?
No,
Because you
yeah,
know how
well,
these men
technically,
are.
because I know, as far as I know, as
Yeah.
of last year,
Yeah.
he was still with a main chick that he
Yeah.
has been with for years. So I'm not
Yeah.
sure if they're still together or not,
Yeah. Well,
or
this
if
is why
he
I
has
asked
anybody
you.
else. I don't know.
This is why I asked you, do you mean single and available, or do you mean just single?
He,
You know,
yeah, single or available.
he is single, but I don't think he's available.
Oh, okay. Okay.
He is
All right, good.
single, but when I say that, I don't think he's available. I think that that long-term connection as well. Link is in the background. It's kind of like a closed, on closed sort of door that's left ajar. Do they have kids together?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, okay, okay,
He has two nephews and two nieces that he really close with.
okay,
So
okay, okay.
but as his own children, no, to my knowledge, I don't know. I don't think
Yeah,
so. I could be
yeah.
wrong, but
No, 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 no,
I don't know.
no. Hmm. Oh no, it's going down in the chat. I think why I asked the questions because it seems like I feel like he's just been able to see the value of having you, not just as a friend, but he wants you as a partner because he sees, for the most part, like he's dated around. I don't think he's available as such. I do think he's hella single though, bachelor life, if you will. Um, but I think he himself as well was making connections, but I think he wants more in this space with you. And I think ultimately depending on what you say, that's what's going to be the determining factor in terms of how he navigates through the situation with the other stuff he's got going on. Yeah.
Okay.
So you're the determining factor. So it's not like something that he's heavily committed to or anything like that. It's just stuff that he's kind of like seeing if there's a connection there. But I think it feels like he's more drawn to you, and he wants to be able to kind of like, I guess, let those situations go, but he doesn't want to let them go, and then he doesn't really have like a thing to fall back on, if you will, like he wants to know that he's going into something if he's going to be sort of like letting that go. You know what I mean? So I think obviously if you decide that you want him back, I guess he would be willing to kind of like try and actually meet your expectations. But you are right.
Okay.
You guys will have to navigate through some of the tendencies that you guys have had cycle after cycle. But if you prepare yourself for those, it's nada. You got this. It's up to you. Obviously, I know you and Leo are still building as well. So wherever you feel most aligned. Okay.
Side note, this
Mm-hmm.
this is just what happened Wednesday. So the Leo did message me as well, and apparently he can see me through the cameras in the town. I did not know. And there was this magician, and he asked me for a hug. Right? I didn't know this magician. He just came up. I was like, "I'll show you a magic trick. I need a hug." So I gave him the hug.
Yeah.
Apparently, the Leo saw me through the security cameras somewhere and was like, "Oh, I saw you today." And I was like, "Okay, cool." And I saw you hugging up a man, and I'm like, "What no?"
Okay. So
I
you
know,
gotta
right?
be careful out here in these streets, girl.
I'm like, I have to be careful when I'm going out now because apparently people be seeing me through security cameras.
Exactly. That part. 100%. So you've got to even be careful where you show up with Mr. Aquarius
True.
before you blow your whole spot up. That part.
I know.
Thank you for sharing that, beautiful. All the tea. It seems like Mercury retrograde and Venus retrograde is really presenting some options.
Yes,
That's
it
how I'm going
has.
to choose to end that one. They're presenting some options. Good options, though. These are good problems, Ash. Love it.
Well, I must say thus far I don't have any major problems with any one of them. To like say like arguments or like
Yeah.
major things. Just like minor stuff that I can work through, so it's not major. But the thing is, I
Yeah.
really don't wanna go back down that road with the Aquarius to like get my heart broken again. I've been through that.
Mm-hmm.
I've been dealing with the Aquarius since like 2014,
Oh, wow.
It's been that long. So,
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
to
if
go
mom
back.
already put roots on y'all, it's gonna take a while.
Yeah, Dread. I was like,
It's gonna take a while.
yeah.
No lie.
Yeah.
That's how that works. So I do get you. I do get you. You deserve to kind of like, you know, get to your end goal as well, rather than continuing to loop. Seems like he's wanting to sort of bring an option there, so let him down gently, girl. And let him know if you do want to
I
sample his
will.
package every so often as well.
Uh,
Because clearly the chemistry keeps drawing you guys back together, so that's something that you're gonna have to work through as well.
I know, right? I keep saying devil dick, don't go.
Steph, I hear you, girl. Spirit
That's the only
abundant.
where I just keep away.
Trust me, I hear you, Mama. I believe you because that shit gets into your head. Literally. That head gets in your head. 100%. It's a thing. And then it lives there afterwards.
Oh yes. But this was really fun though. I should really call him often. I mean,
Definitely.
once you allow me to, I hope I'm not embarrassing anybody. I'm sorry. I'm blunt, so I speak my mind.
No, you're good, bro. You're good. I hope that nobody is offended. I think we're all adults, I guess. We're all like legal adults, right, guys? Shit. If we're not, I'm sorry for the most part.
Well, I do apologize to the under 18
I
audience. I did not realize that you're
don't think we
listening.
have any.
I'm sorry.
Do we? Do we? I'm not too sure. I don't know if I appeal to
And I do apologize.
you
Yeah.
apologize to.
Before I continue, I do apologize to those who don't like to listen to adult stuff. But yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh girl, you're good.
But I am a sinner. I'm not a saint.
That part. Ain't we all? Okay. Trust me. I done sin today. Okay. Such is life. Moving on.
Yes, it is.
No, Ash, beautiful. Thank you for stopping in. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for
Thank
joining
you
the
very
link.
much for allowing me in.
No, it's all good. We needed to get the tea.
Yes, and for those of you who are still on the free list, please call in. It's fun. It's fun,
Right?
and you get your questions answered directly, so you don't have to delay with the questions and stuff like that. You know,
That part.
this is encouragement to call in, guys.
Yeah. And this is a reminder for me to actually drop the
Let me
link in
get
the
off
chat.
here because I know I'm holding up the list, and people probably wondering, oh my God, she can't shut up, right? She's talking so much. I'm sorry.
Oh, good, beautiful.
I do
Good.
apologize. Yes. Hi, Sammy.
Oh, Sammy's up next soon. After Mina as well.
Yes.
We're
Hi,
good though.
Mina. Hi, everyone.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the link out in the chat as well. Because I think I keep forgetting to each week as well.
So, good night to everyone. And thank you again. It was wonderful and truly a pleasure to talk to you. So,
Oh, they loved
enjoy your
you, my
night.
mom. They loved you. Ethereal Goddess said she loves your personality. Okay, I think we're all a little bit of a potty mouth. Yeah, yeah. We that gang. We wear it proud. Okay. Life does that. Sometimes we need the appropriate language to describe what's going on. Okay.
True.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. They're beautiful. It was a
Thank you.
pleasure. As always, you christened the line, and I love you for that. That's what's up. Right.
Bye,
What have we got?
everyone.
Bye, Mama. Uh, right. So, what have we got going on the list? Mina, we've got you next. Bye. What are you saying, Mina? What is your question? How was your time away, beautiful? Oh, Irene, you still here, girl? Oh my God, you are good. All right, guys, let's pick up the pace. Okay, look, Mina's already thrown her question out there. Let's dive into it. Pardon me, guys. I've been drinking a lot. And I just had some sweets. I'm here snacking on Skittles to give me a bit of a sugar boost. as well to keep me up, basically, because I've got a whole long line of others to go. Who have we got? We've got Sammy, Smurra, Lovemar, Ethereal, Irene, Lakia, Andrea, and we've got Spiritual Journey and Amira. So that part, okay. Hey, hey. In my mind, I'm playing the whole song in my mind. Girl, you just gave me a whole theme tune. Martin's gonna bang my walls in a minute. That's my neighbor, by the way. When I get too loud, he lets me know I'm too loud. He's like, girl, don't let me get Mars on you. All right, girl. Okay. I'm gonna answer Mina's question and let's continue to unpack, guys. Let's continue with our little Saturday night, okay? Or Saturday date night. Right. Oh, wrong thing. My bad. That's what I meant to show. Sorry. I started shuffling the cards. I was like, okay. How does Shokat feel about our girl Mina at the minute? Oh, thank you. Interesting. Clarify. Put this into context for me, guys. I see why you had me start with the energy oracle. So put it into context for me. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Okay, interesting. He feels like the relationship is going through a little bit of a recovery period at the minute. I think he feels as though he's a little bit codependent. Well, he feels like it's a codependent relationship for the most part. He feels like he's definitely dependent on this relationship to be able to substantiate his happiness. It's such a intricate part of his life that he struggles to identify himself outside of the relationship. So yeah, I think that for the most part, yeah, he's happy, basically. He's happy to be able to kind of be in alignment with you. And he's happy for this connection. He's happy for the partnership. Yeah. Yeah. I think he kind of questions as well, not questions, but I think he blindly goes into the contracts with you, being naive, I guess, because you guys are still learning each other's boundaries and quirks and stuff like that. But again, it's interesting because they're yeah, and this is another area where he goes in. Sorry, this download right here is literally I can feel the thought coming in. Yeah, in him being able to receive this connection, there's a certain level of naivety. So he's inexperienced, in terms of sometimes just reading the room and knowing what is and isn't appropriate to say. I think sometimes he misses social cues. And it's interesting because that's the thing in this space as well, where because he has a meaningful relationship with you where he cares about your feelings, he'll have to learn how to refine some of these things about his personality. Do you see what I'm saying? But yeah, let's dive into his thoughts about you. What are Shokat's thoughts about Mina? Okay. He thinks you're very introspective. Oh, okay. Very practical, grounded, down to earth, motherly energy. Oh, wow. Fucking hell, Mina. He thinks very highly of you, mate. We've got three major arcanas here, my love. We've got the Hierophant, we've got the Justice card, and we've got Wheel of Fortune. Whew, and your girl is hot. But let's dive into it. You laugh, Mina. No, like he thinks very highly of you. He's like so secure, I guess, in this connection. I feel like this is the one place that he feels quite secure in himself, basically. It's funny, right? Because it's interesting that he's still blocking his romantic thoughts about you. Does he still share those openly? Does he still like basically make little references and stuff and put things out there? Let me ask you that because I can see that he's suppressing it for the most part. Is he doing a good job? Basically, that part. First thing, answer me there. He expresses his love but tries to state it. Yeah, because obviously, that he's settling for what he can get, but that's not really what he wants, is it? But yeah, I think he feels like that's the justice that he has to like take in the situation. Like if he wants to be in your life, he has to respect your boundaries and he has to play ball accordingly. So his thought process is really just to be able to block all of those desires of you being his wife. Because that's ultimately what he's navigating through. But it seems as though like he realizes that that is ultimately the only way for things to continue to move in his favor if he's able to, navigate through making sure that he doesn't overstep the boundaries. Does he see a future for us together, or does he have any plans as such? Yeah, like he's got hopes. Listen, his hope has given him dreams. I don't think he's figured out the semantics of how he would make it work, to be fair, because he's still living in the fairy tale of it. So he hasn't really dived into it. If you ever gave him the green light, like he would basically try to figure out how to make this very abstract situation that you guys have going on right now a cohesive relationship situation. Like you would, yeah, he'd definitely come up with some plans for you, girl. But yeah, he has hope. I don't think he's put any plans together, but that's because you haven't given the green light. If you did, he would lay a whole plan out like that. Hey, Misty. Sorry, my love. How are you doing? Free list is closed. Donation list is only open for one more person. There's only one spot left. Or stick around and see if anybody misses their spot. But yes, girl. But he seems to be playing it cool, calm, and collected. He is funny. Like, if you ever gave it the green light, he will have a plan ready in 5 to 8 minutes. It's microwavable. Trust me. Like, that's hilarious. So, what's the guidance, I guess, for our girl Mina in navigating through this space with Showcat? Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay. Okay. Well, they're saying that, you know, you've asked for help from others, and I guess previously in the past, and I think that God is basically, they're saying that God has kind of like aligned the situation to come to pass so that you can work through certain things that you said you wanted to work through. Um, Even though the situation comes with its own challenges for you, they're saying you don't necessarily need to get any more information about it or even look for a sign. It's just about finding the right compromises so that you can kind of like improve the health of yourself and also improve some of like the health of how you navigate through certain things in relationships. Definitely. I 100% think that this friendship has, he's learning about it. So this was the issue, beautiful. It's funny because his nephew's autistic, but I think he himself could be on the spectrum very easily. Not to say autism as such, but maybe some ADHD tendencies, for instance, right? A lot of these things can be developed based on, like, one of the things that the angels taught me recently, because my dyslexia has been playing up, and they were teaching me how it manifested and where and why and how, like, when we keep children in, like, when we rear children and raise them in environments that can be like mentally chaotic and disorganized, like, that's where these types of things would manifest. I think with some of the things that he navigated through in his childhood, he just doesn't, he misses social cues. He misses social cues. All I'm concerned about is what impact I leave on people. So it's kind of concern for me. Yeah, no, definitely. You impact his life in a positive way. I think because he misses certain social cues and he doesn't necessarily recognize when he's like overstepping marks and boundaries. Um, this is a good relationship for him to have. It's a, because he values you as well in his life. Those That's what's going to be the catalyst to evoke change ultimately in the space. Do you see what I'm saying? On his part. Feel me? So it's a necessary one. But yeah, beautiful. I hope that that was useful for you, Mama. Okay. He is funny. Look at him suppressing all those thoughts. He is hilarious. Oh. Okay. Sammy, my love, are you still here? That's okay, beautiful. I'm glad that it was useful for you. I'm glad that it was useful for you. It's interesting though. The moment he gets the green light, girl, I'm telling you, he'll have a whole plan together. So this is what we do. If we come across it, he'll even have a plan A, B, C, D. Okay? He will have all of like any resistance that's likely to show up. He'll be ready. Ready. Sammy, beautiful. Pop your question in the chat. Trust me, Mina. What are you guys getting up to as well? I think we're about to have the autumn equinox soon. On the 23rd of this month. We're going to have the autumn equinox as well. And we've got Mercury. Thank you, Mina. We've got Mercury ending its retrograde, I think on the 14th of this month, if I'm not mistaken. Smaradinia. I know you're next. I'm waiting for Sammy, but I don't think she's here. And I don't think Ash is here either. So I don't know. Do you want to put your question out there, Smaradinia? Yeah, I don't think Sammy's here either. Pop your question out there, Smaradinia. We'll move on to you. Just to do a quick check again, who do we have in the room? Hell yes, Meridinia. Okay, that's what's up. That's how you do that. Hell yeah, girl. Oh, it might be a retrograde season, my love. That's how retrogrades work. You have to keep looping and looping and looping. As far as like your second question, it must be a retrograde. Possibly Mercury, Mars, or Venus retrograde. Saturn can have impacts there, but most likely those are the ones that will pick a person to do a significant class of like revolt. Oh, shit. Hey, Sammy. My bad, Sammy. Don't worry. This is how we're going to do this. I'm going to start Smaradinia and quickly navigate through Sammy's question. Okay. Is there anything I can do or know how to interpret my vision on things more clearly? Okay. Thank you, Ethereal. Thank you for letting me know that you're still here as well, girl. Okay. Don't worry. We're gonna dive through Sammy and get back to Smaradinia and then get back onto the rest of the list. But the list is moving steadily. Thank you, Sammy. Thank you, Mina. Okay, I'm gonna pop it on here. Is there anything I can, guys? Is there anything that you guys want to let Sammy know on how to interpret her vision on things more clearly? Based on the way that you see that she's operating on the mental and emotional plane, maybe even on the plane of manifestation itself in terms of acts, like give us a little bit of outline. Okay, interesting. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So, interestingly enough, I'm seeing that sorry. First thing that they said to me when I was sort of like shuffling the cards and coming in, they were like, well, first thing is first, her foundation isn't clear enough for her to really understand the vision itself, to really be able to say that she's interpreting the vision at the minute. There isn't anything to, not to say that there isn't anything to interpret, but what you have at the minute isn't enough of the scope of the picture. There's a lot of things that you're going to have to reconsider, right? As you kind of like move forward with where God's taking you on certain things. Right now, you think that, you know, you have an idea on certain things, but they're saying that your path is going to be like, yeah, they're saying that your path is good. Good to know that you're here, Sammy. They're saying that your path is going to be sort of like you're going to be navigating through quite an interesting challenge, if you will, almost kind of like questioning whether or not you want to give up. And this is something that's going to sort of play out for a while for you over the course of the next few months. It's really about the main thing that you want to look at in terms of like how to interpret like your vision on things more clearly. They said to look at your adaptability. Some of the things that you may be limiting yourself to, or maybe holding yourself back from, the universe is going to continue to ask you over and over again a few times, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? You don't want to do this. You don't think you want to do that. The universe is going to continue to ask those questions because I think ultimately there's a breakthrough happening or waiting for you in one of these are you sures. And I think that there's a relationship actually that's going to come out of this, a romantic connection, potentially that's going to come out of this, which is ultimately going to feed into the vision business wise as well. Actually, they're saying that you haven't even accounted for how the partner is going to be able to kind of like integrate into your life after the facts. And how you can basically like keep everything balanced so that you can stay focused on the goals. So that's really where you need to be placing your energy. Yeah, I guess in terms of like understanding what responsibilities are yours, you know, in that dynamic as well, like as far as like the romantic relationship side of things, like understanding that you have certain responsibilities there as well in terms of how you have to show up for your roles there. So yeah, they're saying at the minute, you know, there's still a lot more to the vision itself. Now, in terms of is there anything that you can do to interpret the vision? Ask questions, right? Because I wanted to pull cards first. So this is me giving you my personal sort of like advice in terms of tools on how to be able to sort of like optimize your human for, you know, processing said downloads. But I wanted to give the guides an opportunity to speak to you on it as well, because they'll be able to speak to you in context of like the vision itself that you're navigating through and give you some clarity on that. Now, in terms of like the human and how to be able to sort of like, you know, utilize your human's ability to interpret. Ask questions, you know, if there's anything that you can ask the angels, or you can go directly to source and ask God, you know. If you are questioning, you know, a path or something that comes up on your path, God's there to be able to sort of see you through the transition. So questions are always useful to be able to get clarity. Another thing that I could say would be useful for yourself as well is to actually be open to, like, not necessarily what you think you want, right? But whatever it is that you think you want, that's going to manifest you, just not necessarily in the way that you think that is going to come to you, right? But be grateful nonetheless, and that will kind of like help for your receptivity. Like, you being more open will be able to continue to expand your consciousness, and your consciousness will be able to get a broader scope of the vision, basically, is how that works. Because when we're tight, when we're riddled with anxiety, our third eye and its ability to perceive also shuts down as well. That's why, like, expansion, like dopamine hits and shit like that, those are the things, those are the type of hormonal shifts that basically expands the consciousness, giving us an opportunity to basically gain foresight, because now we have like a more ceramic view, you know, like a panoramic view. Yeah, ceramic. Yeah, I know what I mean. But yeah. So for the most part, those are some of the things that I'd recommend. Praying as well on the vision to become clearer. And actually, when you pray, because people do this a lot of the times, when people pray and they've been optimizing their vessel already and the prayer starts to get answered really quickly, like, know what it is that you prayed for and know which prayer is being answered where, when, and why. Okay? Because, yeah, that part. Those are some of the things that I personally utilize to be able to kind of like interpret and allow for, but that's just me. Meditation is always good as well, but meditation is different for me because I literally go into my files and I'm like, right, I need to access this information. Tell me more. But yes, those are some of the tools that I'd recommend as well. Okay, beautiful. I hope that that was useful for you. Let's sort of see what's the guidance for our girl Sammy as well then, in navigating through wanting more clarity on her vision. Okay, what's the guidance for our girl Sammy? Thank you. Reconsider romance compromises, and the health of the situation will improve. Just wait. Okay. Reconsider romantic compromises, my love. The health of the situation is improving, so just wait. That is your guidance from the guides. So yeah, I guess the romance side, it's so funny because I said to you about like there's a certain aspect of the vision where you haven't even taken into account like where does the partner fit into everything it is that you're trying to sort of like think, and how and what does their life. So it's interesting because they're sort of like in some context saying the same thing. You just kind of have to wait out the space because the vision that you're creating at the minute is based on Sammy now today, based on current circumstances. But the Sammy that God is building has a partner, and her dynamics look different as a result of that. Do you see what I'm saying? But yes, I hope that that was definitely useful for you, Mama. Okay. Right. So who have we got next? We've got Smaradinia. I think I starred her question. So we're going to go back to it. Smaradinia, are you still here, my love? Because I have already got your question up. And all good, all good. Yeah, Marnie, don't think there's any under 18s. And if there are, I don't think that this is a place for them to be fair. I mean, I would have loved it when I was 17 because this is when I was like coming out of my quirky self. I thought that there was a greater purpose for this revolving door. You're funny. Well, that's precisely it. That's the purpose. The retrogrades actually like teaches us. It continues to be a revolving door because they continue to do a lot of their learning with you, because you continue to basically, one, have the tolerance levels to be able to sort of navigate through them being able to do the class, I guess, over and over again, over and over again. And I can't take it. It hurts so bad. Sorry, that was Nelly. All in my head. I couldn't help it. I think about it over and over again. All right, I'm finished now. For over it. It was a playback. It was just there in my subconscious. I couldn't help it. I had to sing it out to get it out of my system. Muscle memory. But yes, because he would have like entered during a retrograde season, it just meant that you guys will just keep going round and round. It's because that the relationship actually has a strong potential to work, but it has to work if these aspects is actually like, so am I his teacher? Yeah. Both of you guys, you guys are learning different things. I think obviously he's teaching you what your capacity is like, where your patience levels are, what you can tolerate and what you can't. Like he's teaching you all of these things. I mean, you already know where you are with it, but he's teaching you if you're really where you say you are with it, or if you're willing to settle, and if so, and you're willing to settle, why? And if so, what sort of individual would it take? Do you see what I'm saying? To kind of like allow for a person to fall back and say, okay, some of these things that are really important to me aren't as urgent, but they are definitely important to me. So if this person can grow into some of these things as well, then I'm willing to do the time. Do you see what I'm saying? So you guys are both learning, trust me. That's the thing about retrogrades. Like when the person comes in, it's a challenge. Like you guys learn yourselves and each other at the same time. It's like, oh, damn, I have to learn my lines and theirs as well. Shit. This is going to be a poor scene. But yeah, let's go and unpack it with the cards. Okay. So, how's G currently feeling towards our girl, Smurdinia? Okay. Mental challenges. Okay. Okay, he's crossing the path of being more self-sufficient, I guess, at the minute. He's navigating through his own mental challenges with the situation when it comes to you, interestingly enough. We're going to elaborate on that because we want to see exactly what has been going on and why. That part. Okay, interesting. Oh. Hey, Scenario Mama, what's going on, beautiful? How are you doing? Okay. Okay. So that part, right? That part. It's interesting because they're like, he's actually been dealing with some self-imposed restrictions. So I think that I'm doing good, beautiful. I'm doing good. I'm literally just kind of cooling down at the minute, actually. You didn't see me a minute ago when I was dying of heat. I had to bring the church fan out, mama. We had 32 degrees here, which is not normal for the UK. I don't know if you guys know, but our weather is usually whack. Whack. But it was good today. So your girl was out here, okay? I was outside today. Outside. What movie did you see? How was it? Yeah, girl. It's right here, okay? I wasn't lying. It's the whole thing. I'm still getting hot, just in intervals at the minute. Yeah. Well, choose a good weather like period, because we generally like the weather here is whack. But yeah, Smeridinia, he seems to be like starting to like he's having this delayed response, basically. I think he feels some guilt. Oh, the strays. That's interesting. What was that? I don't know if we've got that here in the cinemas just yet. Sorry, I'm like taking in movie suggestions for our anniversary coming up at the end of the month. Yeah, I feel like he's having a little bit of a delayed situation. So I feel like because of his guilt of the stuff that transpired in the space with you guys, I feel like he's almost kind of like he's who's that? I think that there was someone there. I don't know if that was Martin or what. I told you, my next door neighbor, he has a tendency to be a little bit outspoken and expressive, as if he pays my bills. That part. I work 3 jobs, so it's not my problem. It sounds like a Martin problem, if you ask me. But yes. I think with the situation, right, because he was there and like he had the situation with you play out the way that it did. And I think that there was a little bit of delayed processing with the situation for him, right? He realized what he had done. And then it was like, after realizing what he had done, he started to kind of he was holding some guilt in this space. And with holding on to the guilt, it's almost kind of like had him, now he's doing some delayed behaviors, right? It's almost like he's kind of holding back. He's a little bit withdrawn. He's not as charming and as charismatic as he is. He's still going out because that's just like his usual tendencies and behaviors and stuff like that. Like that's what he does for the most part. But it's almost like he's not as, how can I put it? He's not as like present, he's not as involved, and I think that that's because he's still hurting from the space here, from the disconnect in the space here that kind of like triggered some guilt. And I feel like he's now kind of, he's still figuring out, I guess, where he wants to place his energy, because I still don't think that he wants anything serious, but I think that he's processing some delayed guilt, because what I see on the cards is that he's kind of like restricting himself, right? But he doesn't have anyone. It's not like he has somebody to be restricting himself for. He just so happens to be restricting himself, right? But that's because of delayed processing, and I don't think he even realizes why he's restricting himself. I mean, he knows for the most part that like he didn't like the way that things ended, but I don't think he realizes why he is the way that he is right now at the minute, basically. There's a lot of the regrets, I guess. I think it's the regrets probably that's actually sort of like causing this self-imposed restriction. So even when he goes out, he's kind of like withdrawn. He's not as chatty as he usually is. He's there, like physical body's there, but he's not really there, if you get what I mean. Do you see what I'm saying? So I think it's one of those situations, right? He's already, I think he feels as well like it's too late with the situation with yourself as well. So he's not, yeah, I don't think he realized it too. Is he jealous? I think he's probably having some regrets because I think that he realizes now that the indecision has basically caused him, right? The indecision, like I think he realizes even though he wasn't ready for a relationship as such, he really liked what he was building with you, right? And because of that, I think that he feels like it's going to be a situation where, oh, will I ever sort of find that again? Is that situation, going to be possible with someone else? Can I like get the same sort of energy basically with someone else? He's still kind of getting some clarity about that situation. It's not all the way clear for him just yet. And I think those are some of the things that he's still trying to consider to himself in terms of how to navigate through the space, right? Yeah. Jealous. Let's see. Curious. I don't know about jealous, but curious. It's almost like how can I put it? Poor timing, right? Because he's having his delayed processing, navigating through the guilt situation, trying to figure out how to feel about everything that's kind of transpired, because he actually didn't expect things to kind of like be that explosive and be that abrupt and just kind of just be everything that it was basically. He was hoping that he would basically just dive in, get away with things as he's been doing, I guess, as luck has been on his side. Obviously, it didn't manifest like that. So I think at the minute he's still feeling like, yeah, he's not quite over the situation, because I think why that is as well. Exactly that. I was just about to say, I think why that is as well is because he was in the wrong on the end of the relationship, like on the come down of the relationship, he was in the wrong. And I think that's why he's dealing with all of this delayed processing and like questioning all of these different things. Because I think obviously he didn't think about it whilst he was he didn't think about the consequences of his actions. I think that was the situation, much like Martin isn't thinking about the consequences of his actions. Always the one to threaten me, but always want to talk about calling police on me, and he's the one. This is an old man, but he's a skinhead, so they tend to be racist. But yeah, it's one of those things. But yeah, it's one of those types of situations, basically. He's having some delayed processing and regrets about the timing of the situation. I think the ex coming back into town, it's just a bad timing thing for him. He's just like, oh shit, as if it wasn't like, as if things wasn't necessarily sort of bad enough. She doesn't necessarily even want to, I wouldn't say speak to me, but I don't think he feels like he has the courage, I guess, to come up and speak to you on stuff, because I guess he feels a little bit like he got caught, and it's almost like, where do I go from there, basically? Like, pretty much it. Where do I go from there? So, I think those are some of the situations that he's still having to figure out and navigate, really. He's still recovering, I want to say. He's still recovering. When it comes to, he's still figuring out how to be back into a place of self-sufficiency, because in his mind, he's not really there. He's kind of like physically present for the most part, but in his mind, he's not really there. He's still processing some stuff on the situation. I think he's still got a few weeks of processing left, at least another 6 weeks of processing from this situation left. Yeah, that part. So what do you see him sort of like doing? Okay, thank you. I want to clarify, what does one see him doing moving forward? Okay. Okay. Well, I guess he starts to get back into his usual sort of like charming place. He gets back into being that guy, but it takes him a while. I think it's going to take him a good 6 to 7 weeks to actually sort of like really navigate through the processing of this situation, to really like get fully back into himself. Because right now he's dealing with a grieving process. A grieving process that he caused himself. And I think that's why he's bleeding out so drastically psychologically, which is interesting. Yeah. He needs about another 6 to 7 weeks in heart hospital before he's kind of completely, I guess, unbounded from this situation. But he's already thinking about how to come back into the space, girl. So it's you and that revolving door, girl. But no, that is why the situation kind of like is what it is. He obviously came in during a retrograde period, in the process of doing said retrograde. That dynamic just kind of was what it was. Do you see what I'm saying? But depending on how the stars were aligned, no, that's genuinely how these situations work. When we find people that keep coming back and coming back and coming back, it's usually when they come in during retrograde cycles, because they come in basically during a looping cycle. So that's a pattern for them basically coming into our lives. So that is more than likely the case. He probably sort of entered during one of 4 significant retrogrades. It was probably Saturn, Mars, Venus, or Mercury. Those retrogrades tend to have looping cycles with certain individuals in particular, which is unfortunate, but yeah, that's what that is, girl. Check out and see what retrogrades were sort of like happening around about the time, to get an understanding potentially of some of the aspects that you may be working on, actually, like where the retrogrades were. So for instance, if Saturn was retrograde in Capricorn or Pisces or anything along those lines, then again, it has different reasoning. Do you see what I'm saying? So you'll be able to get an understanding maybe of why the universe felt like he was the best person to come in at the time that he did, to show you whatever it is that you needed to learn, and vice versa for him, whatever it is that he needed to learn as well. You know what I mean? Right. So thank you. We wanted to close out this space with you can't remember. No, I don't expect you to remember, mama. Check on the check online. I was going to say check on the ephemeries, and then you'll probably be able to see what placements were actually when, to get an indication, so that you can maybe even understand like what classes you guys are sitting and why they keep sort of playing out. So you can actually just ace the class and just end the loop of the cycle, actually. Check on the ephemeries. You'll see all of the details around about the time that they came in, but those are the four standard retrogrades that will keep like a lot of the looping cycles until you finish learning what you're supposed to learn, basically, to eradicate said cycle. But yes, the guidance and advice for you, Mama, is to trust. Okay, trust the process. It's one of those types of situations where it's not necessarily the most abundant, but it's something that had to happen. And by you being able to remain positive, eventually it will reveal itself to you, I guess, in terms of like just exactly what you needed to be learning from this space. So yeah. Sorry, they're saying to me preparation, foresight, because those are some of the things that you weren't necessarily able to do in this space. Like things were quite spontaneous. Planning was a challenge. So there are a few things that you guys are going to sort of would need to work through for the looping of those cycles to finish. But yeah, I hope that was useful for you though, Mama. That part. Okay. I hope that you feel like you got the clarity that you needed. Love, Ma. Oh, good, beautiful. Ethereal goddess still here. That's what's up. Okay. And we've got Irene, Lakia, Andrea, Spiritual Journey, and Amira closing out the list. Kayla Tillett, she wasn't here for her reading, I'm sure. She was questionable on the list as well, anyways. Okay. So we are going to go to Love Mars question. How is ST feeling for me? Let's go to the romance deck for this one. Okay. Okay. Oh, Spiritual Journey Tarot. I'm glad to see that you're still here, Mama. I wasn't sure. No. You don't need to update the list, beautiful. This is the list. I don't think there's a... Oh, good night, Smoradinia, my love. Thank you for joining us and hanging out with us. Okay? And thank you for bringing good vibes, as always. Okay. How is ST feeling about our girl? Love Mom. Let's unpack it, guys, and let's make it clear. How's ST feeling about Love Mom? Okay. Interesting. Yep. Put it into context. Okay. Okay. Put it into context for me, guys. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Well, they're feeling like a reunion's on the cards. Are you guys separated at the minute? That's my question to you, Love Ma. Are you separated from Misty at the minute? Because I can see that one of the things that they're processing is possible reunion because there seems to be some sort of separation. Okay. 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 Cool. Interesting. Okay. So in general, it seems as though their feelings is that they're kind of trying to understand if there's any possibilities of a reunion of some sort. Did you disconnect from them or did they disconnect from you? How did the separation sort of, well, who instigated the separation basically? I'm going to wait for you to put that out and give me some clarity. I added him on social. Okay. 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 Yeah. I think he's pondering on whether or not he'd be able to kind of like make this situation evolve into something romantic. There's an attraction, I guess, that's there, but it's whether or not that can be built to be something more than just attraction. I think that's the main thing at the minute and trying to figure that out. So let's see in that case. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I see that because it was a attraction. I think that there was still some X energy for either you or him that needed to be worked through anyway. So there was an X situation that was still a little bit unfinished, kind of like unfinished business. Okay. So what do you see him doing in regards to Love Ma moving forward? Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, being mentally restless. Okay, that's interesting. I don't know. I'm trying to sort of get some clarity to see. I don't think he has a serious relationship. I think there was an ex situation that was going on that wasn't like a clean, clear-cut breakup. And I think that was something that kind of like played interference, if you will, emotionally with anything for you guys to possibly be built, basically. Oh, wrong cards. Wrong deck. My bad. Clarify this for me. What's he mentally restless about in terms of the situation to do with love more? Okay. Okay. So, what I'm seeing with the situation here, it seems as though, yeah, I think he has an ex that he's navigating through with the situation. And I think he ponders on whether or not he wants to even give this a go for the most part. I don't know that he has the emotional capacity, because basically we've got the broken heart cards, and we actually also have the Three of Swords in at the bottom of the deck in terms of the tarot, sort of clarifying what's going on. So this is all to do with heartbreak. I think that because of what was going on in his previous relationship and not necessarily being past that just yet, I don't necessarily know that he has a capacity pretty much for anything new at the minute. So I don't think that he'll be, yeah, I don't think that he'll be able to come forward and give you any offers of anything. This feels like a little bit of a dead end romantically, to be honest with you. How's the interaction for you guys? Are they responsive much? Show me, what is the guidance for a girl love more in the navigating through the situation for this too? Are they responsive? Let me know. Oh, interesting. What's happening? What's likely to happen? Okay, we have not a talk yet. Yeah, I see it being a bit of a dead end, if I'm honest with you. I'm not gonna lie. It doesn't really seem like it amounts to anything per se. What do you see happening in the next couple of weeks? Yeah. Yeah. When's his birthday? I will send him. Okay. Coming up, basically this coming week. Okay. I guess it's something that you guys can sort of navigate through to see how it plays out, but I don't necessarily see it sort of, it's kind of like a non-starter. It doesn't really develop, to be fair. It kind of just falls flat before it even develops, but they're saying this isn't a waiting situation. You don't need to wait the next couple of weeks. You don't need to wait a year from now. This situation actually isn't necessarily, it's just a dead end. That's just me being honest, my love. It's a dead end. But yeah, keep me posted and let me know how it does go for you guys for the most part. Okay. Yeah, there's only one spot left. There's one spot scenario. But I hope that that was useful for you, Love Mart. I know that it's not necessarily like what you want to hear, sort of going into a space or going into something. I don't want to give you any suggestive thought processes and kind of like be like a doom and gloom or anything, but it's just you guys may have some compatibility issues, and I think those are going to be some of the challenges that will just reveal themselves straight off the bat. Okay, but do keep us posted. Okay. All good, beautiful. All good. Okay, let me go and see. Mina's dosed a little bit. Ethereal, beautiful. It's your go, mama. Oh. Yes, ethereal. That part. Okay. Got that scenario. Got that. I'm gonna quickly read Ethereal Goddess, and then I will add you because I think Mina's like drifted off for a little bit. She passed out, the guide said. So we are gonna add you. Yeah. Okay, perfect. We're gonna add you to the list. Let me start this list because this is the most recent list. So this is where we are. We're going to do Ethereal at the minute, and then the donation list obviously has Sonoria. Then we're going to finish up with Irene, Lakia, Andrea, 54, and Spiritual Journey. And that's it. Okay, guys. That will be it for the night. Oh, unfortunately, the free list is closed. My love, donation list is closed as well. Sorry. Ilias, unfortunately, the lists are closed. Free list and donation lists are both closed now, my love. Sorry about that. I guess YouTube is putting the memo out at the minute. People are coming into the room. I'm gonna close my window here. Bear with me, guys. I was getting lots of creepy crawlies in through the window. Oh my god, I've got a whole bunch of like random insects. I've got a moth just there on my curtain, just living its best life. He was like, I made it in. I'm into the light. Listen, don't come in here and throw my stuff off. Okay, if you're going to be here, be quiet. You should be not seen or heard. I should just know that you're here. Be a nice guest. Okay, right, guys. Let's go and dive into it. Ethereal Goddess. Let's get your question up. So, Ethereal says, hi. So I let E go. I feel like I keep attracting more guys and I don't know what to do. And I have classes with them at school. How do I know which one I should choose? Interesting. Okay. Ethereal Goddess wants to know about these options. She released E, and in her releasing E, she made space for everybody else. What do you guys think? How many are there? I'm sensing 3 or 4. How many are there? Sorry, Ethereal Goddess, that's for you. Just in case. How many of these guys are there? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna be clear about this. Which one? Which one do you guys advise? Number 3. Number 3. I utilized my, even when I was basically, when you asked the question straight off the bat, that's why I asked you how many were there, because the third one was the one that I was basically hearing. Number 3, tell her to choose the third one, But then with the cards, both of the cards basically had sequences of 3. Yeah, that's exactly it. The newest one. They seem to be the one that's a little bit more invested in you. I think that the other 2, as much as they are attracted to you, I don't know if they're invested in you as such, whereas the third one seems to be a little bit more they're able to give and take. It's a bit more of a reciprocity. And I feel like the other two, you probably find yourself basically having to overexert your energy in places that you simply just don't have it. You just don't have it, mama. Okay. And I think that those are some of the things that you'd have to navigate in being in a situation with the other two, either of the other two. Time is something that you'd have to navigate. Yeah. Whereas the other two can be a little bit self-centered and self-serving. Yeah. The other two, first one's probably like the lowest vibrating spirit of them all. The second one seems to have some of the tendencies of the first one in terms of being a little bit self-centered and stuff. But the third one, he has a nice balance and reciprocity when it comes to relationship. Okay, let's see how M feels. Let's see how M feels. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. I think M feels like they want to be able to sort of progress the situation, and they are open. For them, it feels like, this is a situation that for them they feel would be like a really good look as well. Interesting. Okay, how does M feel? Put it into context, guys. Oh, hey, Mina. No more on the donation list. Scenario actually took the last donation spot, so the donation list is closed now as well. Sorry, guys, I'm going to take out my earring because it's irritating my ear. Wow. Sorry. That was irritating my ear. You guys have no idea. Hardcore. But yes. Thank you. They do. They do, Katie. Sometimes they're there to just observe. And like I said, there are other ancestors that have a bit more like skill set and forte in certain things, so they will help, and others will just stay quiet until they need to be loud or speak up or anything of the sort, really. It just depends on when they're needed. So unlike us who will just talk for the sake of talking because we love our voices, for them, they speak strictly when they need to speak. That's the difference, my love. Other than that, they're pretty chilled. They keep it cool, calm, and collected. But back into the space with you there, Ethereal Goddess. M seems to, I guess M isn't necessarily giving a past relationship a chance right now. He wants to be able to sort of let you know that you deserve love, you know? You deserve love. That's okay. That's okay. Sometimes they do need permission to help, in terms of like us praying and asking, because these becomes like our little angels on our team. So when we pray on certain things, then God will deliver, like ask one of the angels that is most relevant to said thing to deliver it, basically. So yeah, that's how they get our permission. Sometimes we could just put it out there to say it's okay to do certain things. So he wouldn't want anything more. I think for him, he could potentially see things growing into like something committed. I think he, out of all of the other guys, I think he probably shares the same moral values and compass as you. Whereas the others, I don't think that you guys are on the same page, to be honest with you. They're pretty good at saying what you want to hear, but I don't think that they'll actually be able to deliver on it. Yeah. So what's the guidance then for our girl Ethereal Goddess in moving forward with the situation? Okay. Okay, they're saying there isn't necessarily any big happy changes. Yeah, yeah. He's the one out of all of them that would actually be the best fit for you. This is the one out of all three that seems most optimized for success. The others are literally they don't even, they're non-starters. They don't even develop into anything. So I wouldn't necessarily waste my time if I was you. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you, my love. I guess you were already seeing the telltale signs. You said that number 3 is the calm one. He's the one that's most optimal for you to actually be able to like manifest some of the things that you want relationship wise. He has the same values as well. Okay. Oh, the advice that they're sort of saying to you is that there's not necessarily any big happy changes in the situation. Like the other two are still going to pursue you. So you don't necessarily like, if you're kind of like pondering on, oh, if I choose this one, where does that leave me with the other two? They still try to be persistent. It doesn't last for too long, to be honest, but they do still try to be persistent for the most part, just for a little bit. And the situation with your current option, as far as option number 3, is likely to be successful in comparison to the other two. That's your advice. Like, they'll still keep, I guess, trying, but don't give in to temptation. I guess, girl. Or try your best not to, at least, to spare yourself, isn't it? Yeah. I hope that was useful for you, though. Okay, scenario, mama. What is your message? What's your question for me? Oh, dang. Okay. Yeah, your last reading, you were so on point. I ran away, Lord. Thank you so much. All good, beautiful. All good. All good. M it is, girl. M is the best option out of the selection that you got. Okay. Right. So these are scenarios questions. And then we're going to go back to the actual free list, and we're going to follow up with Irene, Lakia, Andrea 54, and Spiritual Journey. Amira, I don't think, has been here for a while, so Amira can actually get taken off the list. That's fine. We're going to do a general for scenario, and then we're going to unpack that even more. Okay. General reading for scenario, guys. What do you guys kind of want her to know about where she is on the journey at the minute? Okay. Firstly, they said don't be too hasty. You're making plans, not ultimate definitive decisions. Okay. Patience is a factor in terms of what it is that you're doing as well. There are certain things that you're making plans for, but they're like, you've got to be able to allow things the necessary time. It's like even when you pick a fruit, just because it's already gone through the process of obviously, like, you know, manifesting on the tree, doesn't necessarily mean that it's ready for consumption. You still got to do a few things to it, right? So I use that example to sort of say that they're saying that just because the idea might feel like the execution was good, it doesn't necessarily mean that the idea is ready to actually be presented just yet, right? And you have to be okay about that, because it's interesting. They're like, you're going to get some reality checks along the way. So they're like, I'm just trying to, it's funny because she's like, because it feels like a feminine presence, but it's like, oh, they're just kind of like managing your expectations or helping you to manage your expectations so that you don't, you know, be too impulsive in making certain decisions. They're like, yeah, love the way that you're going, love the track that you're on, love just the thought process that you're going with certain things, but the only recommendation that they would make to you is patience. Because if you if you make certain things, if you force it, that's the word. If you force it, it makes it a lot more challenging for you to be able to sort of like navigate later down the line. So I think that that's the one thing they're sort of like putting across, like spare yourself almost, you know. Spare yourself. And that, in essence, is going to be able to help you. They said that the delays that you're looking at isn't even necessarily that long as well. Anyways, it can be anywhere from 3 to 6 months on certain projects. So you kind of just have to give yourself that little grace period for things to just resolve themselves. It doesn't require scenario to do anything, they're saying. The motion has already things have already been set in motion in essence. So it's just a case of making sure that you're actually there, mentally ready to be able to actually execute for that timeline. Because, sometimes when we want things to go when we want it to go, it can be a little bit disheartening by the time it does come around, type thing. And then we're just not as interested anymore, and we don't necessarily give it everything that we had when we wanted to, when we thought the timeline that we had was the timeline for it, right? But God's timeline was obviously a different timeline. And it's the same thing to do with this. I think that there's certain things that you're doing with certain creative projects, in particular, where they're saying like you may need to reconstruct the timelines on certain things. So don't be too disheartened by that, because God is working through the things that are urgent and important, not just the things that are important. But there may be other factors that may be more important than that. So try not to take that too personally. Yeah. They're saying as well, like, there's areas, oh, that scares me because I need a place. And I know, and I get that. I get that, beautiful. I get that. Okay. Well, what do you guys see? Let's ask about that. Or if I would need to get a degree. That probably has something to do with the delays that has to be done. Yeah, that probably has something. Let's see. How do you see things playing out for scenario moving forward then? Okay. Thank you. Okay. So, oh, interesting. It came back out as well. Okay. Okay. So I think that there seems the military is out of the question. I keep getting denied for that. No, that's not the place for you. It's not the place for you. That's actually protection. That's not even rejection. That's protection. Yeah. It's interesting because they're saying that, like, it seems like the road ahead has some emotional volatility. You might have moments of that 5 of Cups energy where you're feeling, yeah, definitely, girl, trust me, that was protection. Like, every single time you went there, you guys like, nope, no. There's spirits over on the other side of that decision that's just too much for you and your guides. Okay, they're like, I don't even want to go on that battlefield. Okay. And that's funny because I meant that figuratively speaking, and it just so happens to be literal in that case as well. But yeah, definitely protection, 100%, that part. But yeah, it seems like they're sort of like putting across that there may be situations that may cause you to feel like some elements of like doubt, because your confidence is going to be sort of like taking a few hit because of the delays, basically the timelines. Those are going to be some of the factors that pretty much impacts your ability to be able to be like fully present in certain situations, because you're kind of like navigating through the woes of certain timelines. Okay, let's go ahead and let me see. What do you guys advise? Let's close out that little situation firstly before we move into the other aspect. Okay. Still lay your seeds, yes. Still lay your seeds. It's just, this is a great indicator for you to understand that if you do meet resistances, it's not anything for you to basically like, you know, feel too personal about. It's just that these are some of the things that you need to basically sort of cross out as an option. It's not an option. These are things that you've reconsidered. You've definitively identified what the situation is, where you are with the situation, all that good stuff. And you're kind of figuring it out from there, essentially moving forward, what you're doing with the situation, right? They're saying, and it's so interesting because they're saying that it's not up to you, because obviously we're working with God's time here, right? But if you continue to ask for help from others in the right places, things will manifest for you in perfect timing. No doubt. Things will manifest for you in perfect timing moving forward, which means when we're dealing with perfect timing, it means that it's not just our timeline to consider. There's other people's timelines to consider. It's like the person that is basically going to make the connection for you happen hasn't even decided that they wanted the job yet. Do you understand? It's variables like that, basically, when perfect timing comes into questioning with certain situations. So don't worry about it. God's got you on the situation for the most part. But I think it's just a case of, I think it's just a case of figuring out who else basically needs to align with the course to heighten its probability of success, basically. Right. The delays aren't too long though. I'm seeing delays for like 3 to 6 months, basically. So basically 9 months from now, a lot of the things that you're working on will be in a completely different place. Okay. These delays right now are necessary. And I hear you, girl. Trust me, my face be like that too. Okay, when the guys remind me, and I'm like, yeah, but you ain't in a human. Okay, I have to navigate through this shit whilst I operate on instant gratification. Really? So I hear you. Okay, I hear you. Trust me, I've had that one out with the guys a few times. Okay. Let me see. What does Spirit want me to know regarding dancing or singing again? That part, exactly 100%. Family pressure is one thing, but then you also have your own pressure. Do you know? That's why the family pressure situation is just like irrelevant. It's just like, really, bruh? I already have so much pressure. Did you see this thing, this goal, that goal? This is like all of these things I'm trying to manifest myself. I don't need the weight of your prying eyes on top of that as well. So I get you, girl. But yes, let's see. What do you guys want scenario to know regarding the singing and dancing again? What do y'all need our girl to know? Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So one of the things that they're showing me is that that situation being a passion project, there's so much riding on it, just in terms of like being able to feel like you're making progress with it, basically, because it's such a passion project. They're saying that that one's going to come with its own anxieties, lots and lots of like sleepless nights from that situation. And it feels like you'll kind of have times where that's literally just all your mind is occupied on. And it becomes a little bit, how can I put it? It becomes a little bit depressing, for lack of a better way of putting it, like just constantly thinking about, yeah, certain aspects of things that has to be done with that one. Put it into context for me then, guys. How do you see things? Sorry. How do you see things playing out then? Okay. So what? Okay. 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 I think one of the things that is going to be a struggle for you in that situation is being able to make meaningful relationships. A lot of like what you're navigating through, it almost feels like you're doing it on your own. It feels like there's not really much support or guidance in the areas that you would like to see. Like, should I pursue being a performing artist? I dance every day like an itch that never leaves, for sure. Well, I think that that's the thing. There's sort of like the question about it and leaving it or not doing anything with it may sort of leave you tormented, just thinking, should you do something? Should you do something? Should you do something? I think if you do with the, sorry, y'all, it's like after 3. So I'm tired. My body's like clocking down for the night. So I'm going to pick up the momentum as well. But yeah, the dancing thing, yeah, that kind of starts literally that part. The dancing thing starts to be something that seems actually possible. I think, do you put your dance out there? Let me ask you that question, because I think, yeah, again, there could potentially be an opportunity maybe for you to kind of like, I wouldn't necessarily say teach, but pretty much just kind of like having or being someone's helper, actually, being a teacher's helper, someone who does teach dance potentially. Those options are out there, I want to say. I don't necessarily think that that's it per se, but they're saying, you can go if you want to. I posted a video of me dancing and so many people gave me compliments. I'm really great at it. I don't want to lose it or not be seen, if that makes sense. And I hear you. And this is why I'm saying that I think that the thought of basically continuing to question, should I do it? Should I do it? Should I do it? That is going to be more tormenting than not actually having tried. I asked about the dance video because I think that that's your in, basically. Well, not the dance video, but I asked about the dance thing if you're putting it out there. Like for content purposes, I would love to put more stuff out. Definitely, because I think that that's your starting point. So this is what you do, mama. Because that's the one thing that they're saying to me. You introduced the world to you. You introduce the world to your talents and give them a reason to basically come back. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, you are meeting the demand, you're supplying the demand for certain things. So getting more of the dance stuff out there is an easy way to basically insert you. And I think obviously once you do get yourself in there through the dance situation, you'll also be able to slowly move yourself over into the, you know, artistry, where you can be like seen as an artist as well. But you got to take these things in stages. And I think that these are some of the things that we spoke about in the general reading, that some things aren't necessarily going to be as quick a turnaround as one would hope, but the necessary timing for things to unfold shall. I think obviously if you start putting out content on a consistent basis regularly, you'll start to see traction fairly soon, because I think you're right. You are pretty good at the dancing. It is so natural and effortless to you. And I think that I see you supporting another dancer in a class. Basically, it's kind of like a preparation for you to be able to decide to do this. But that's something that could potentially manifest from you taking this dance thing. I don't want to say more seriously, but you know what I mean. Okay. Dance I can be patient with, but beauty, girl, I didn't know what to do. Well, girl, I get you on that 100%. 100%. I get you on that. I think just trust the timelines, right? Trust the timelines, because I think right now you have a certain timelines in mind. God is trying to work out like who's the best fit for certain roles, so that he can make sure that the right people are present, definitely, to be able to kind of like, you know, assist you in navigating through the process of everything that's ahead for you. Yeah, there's lots and lots of challenges that's going to come with the situation. Like, I think that that's a part of the whole point, to be fair. But yeah. What's the guidance then? Where's the angel oracle? We'll close it out with some guidance. What's the guidance for our girl scenario? Make it very clear, please. Thank you. Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay. We have 6 cards for you, beautiful, because I think they clearly want to be able to present a message. Yes. How can I grow up? Oh, gear up. Sorry, my bad, girl. Yes. How can I gear up for this war? So they're saying with the situation, right, you've already made some decisions a while ago that are still sort of like those seeds are still manifesting. You're just getting more information about some of those seeds so that you can make the necessary compromises now. And it's necessary for you to make those compromises because moving forward, you're going to have to communicate where you're firm in your boundaries on certain things and where you're still willing and prepared to grow in other areas, right? So yeah, I think they're saying just kind of like forgive the time on the situation. Just know that you planted certain seeds. Those networks are basically coming together. And as those networks are coming together, you're going to find how to make the right compromises. See, like how you're kind of like detouring your focus and saying, okay, let me maybe even focus in the meantime on getting some of this dance content together. Like that's then giving you an opportunity to plant new seeds as well. And you never know, the dance thing may be a great way to be able to sort of give yourself free marketing by basically like finding your audience through dancing and then, you know, kind of like ushering them into the beauty realms of everything else that you want to be able to put across. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, timing is everything on this. And I think that this detour is a lovely detour to be able to give you the opportunity to kind of like decide very clearly in moving forward what things look like for you. Okay. So yeah, try not to take it too personal though. I'm going to say this, like with the delays, try not to take it too personal because they're saying they love what you're doing. They just feel like don't be so hasty. And that's going to be the main factor in a lot of these things because then you might just like cause delays to other things as well. If you don't, I guess, just naturally take heed of these detours that are taking place during this cycle for you. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. Yeah, I hope that that was beautiful for you, useful for you. I'm clearly tired, guys. We're going to come and we're going to bang out the last 4 quickly before I get so exhausted that I can't really hold a channel. Okay? That's okay, beautiful. Thank you. I think you needed to come into the space today to really sort of just reconstruct things, get some clarity. So I'm glad that we could have the conversation. And I hope that I was able to bring you some clarity, girl. That part, right? Okay, so thank you, Mina, for the list. We have Lakia. Oh, Mama, are you even still here? She says 5 hours later. Are you here, Lakia? Oh, no, we've got Irene. My bad. Sorry, Irene. Right, that part, beautiful. Trust me. In my mind, it's so funny because my next door neighbor, like, he shouted out abuse as he does. Something about shut the fuck up and all this good stuff. Like, he's convinced that I'm the horrible person whilst he continues to come out of his character. So in the back of my mind, I'm low-key arguing with him too. He shall be getting a letter from me tomorrow. I pray for his ass all the time as well because he's clearly dealing with some pretty interesting demons over there. They're called bitter and lonely. It's quite the thing, actually. Sometimes their energy creeps into this space and I just bask in it for a minute because I don't mind being by myself. So yeah. Right. Will money get better once kids start school on Tuesday? Money been bad for a few months. I hope no one is blocking my money like in the past. Just want to find a job. Have no help at all on my own. Whereabouts are you based, Irene? You love scenario. Trust me. So serial. But whereabouts are you based? We're gonna go and unpack that for you. BTW. Okay, how do you guys see the money situation unfolding once the kids go back to school on Tuesday for Irene? Like, how do you see that situation going? Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So you're going to be dealing with the situation for a while. It does get better, but it's not until a few months. I'm not going to lie. It starts to get a little bit better by like end of October, early November. But it's really February actually before you really start to feel like, okay, you're back on your feet and things are really actually looking a lot better for you. When it comes to the situation, I feel like right now you're actually sort of like going through a process of navigating through some restrictions, because I want to say that it's past decisions actually catching up to you, past decisions and the consequences or the ramifications of those decisions basically catching up to you type thing. But yeah, it seems as though you're going through the changes, but it's going to take some time. Okay. You don't necessarily see the situation like moving until end of October, early November, and then you stabilize in February. But I do want to get a sorry, I'm hot again. I do want to get a little bit of clarity for you on the job front, I think you said. I think that would be quite the question to have. Let me have. So what do you see happening? Yeah, I want to have a look at that space for you, my love. What do you see happening with the job situations for Irene moving forward? Okay. Okay. That's good. What do you guys see happening with the job situation for Irene moving forward? Make it very clear. Make it very clear, please. Ooh. Sorry, the insects that came in from the window are, yeah, they're on me, chewing me up, eating me alive. Oh, thank you, Mina. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. Oh, we're almost there too, beautiful. Who is Lakia and Andrea still here? Can you guys let me know in the chat? Lakia and Andrea, are you guys still here? Because we may just come straight to you, spiritual journey, after the facts as well. It's been a minute since I've seen them in the chat, so I'm not sure. It's interesting with the job situation. Okay. Sorry, I'm putting the cards in. I'm getting them organized. That part. Thank you, Mina. Are they here? I'm not sure. I haven't seen them for a while, so I'm not sure if they're even still in here. Irene, the job situation is definitely, it seems like there is a little bit of a blockage. I'll tell you what, my love, I'm going to do some Reiki on your solar plexus, work on your solar plexus. Your solar plexus seems to be the blockage. There's a blockage in between your solar plexus and your root chakra. So that's what's kind of like throwing that's why you've got the blockage situation going on at the minute. I do think that there is a ancestral predisposition to the struggle life, and I have to say that like mentally, it's not necessarily something per se in terms of the circumstances that you're trying to manifest, but I think the struggle mentality is really what's being a part of the main factor as well. That was something that you kind of like got as a predisposition, a genetic predisposition. So yeah, it seems like you're dealing with blockages in these areas, and you kind of have to find the right thing for you. I think it may take you potentially 5 to 6 weeks to find a job. I'm going to do, like I said, some distance healing Reiki for you, but it may take you a good 5 to 6 weeks to actually be able to find a decent job that aligns. I think that you have to sort of like make sure that you're looking in the right places as well in terms of the job situation, in terms of like what is your forte, what are you good at. Some of these things will be able to help you to basically just execute. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I think you get that mentality from like the generations before you, at least to the last 2 to 3 generations before you, like were very much in that mindset. And that's kind of like how they live their life. That's kind of how they navigated through things. And I think that you're definitely here to be able to kind of like break the mold. But I think first you gotta, I guess, like first see, because I think that that's the thing. Believing is seeing, and seeing is believing for you. Whereas believing is manifesting some of these things when you're coming out of like survival mentality, right? You're able to like believe in things before they even materialize. And in survival mode, you don't believe in anything because you don't see it materializing. So you're constantly in this state of lack, looking for it, right? I do think that you have to get a lot more clear as well about what it is that you want to do. And I think you're going to do that within the next 3 to 4 weeks. And I think that there's something that happens in that 4th week, from what I can see, 29 days from now, where that actually shifts the trajectory. You start to look for jobs that are a little bit more aligned, actually, with what you want to do, what you can do, and where you are going, in essence, Okay. So let's close out the space with an angel guidance and see what the guides are advising you to do with the situation moving forward. Yeah, and I get that too. And I think that that's still okay to do as like a passion project once you actually get yourself into the once you get yourself into the job situation. I think what you need to be doing as well, essentially, is when you go and put yourself in that position with the new job, you can do this on the side as well, basically. And all the things that you learn from when you've been doing it and understanding that it's not necessarily yielding. One of the things that is affecting you in your business is your tendency to be a bit of a people pleaser. Work on that. That's the thing that's basically holding money that is rightfully yours from you. And if you can get a little bit better at optimizing your self-worth, because your self-worth seems to be a little bit below the bar, basically, which is another factor as to why people will basically be a certain type of way towards you in business as well. But yeah, do you see what I'm saying? The people-pleasing tendency, work on it. The self-worth, work on it. If you can elevate these two dynamics of yourself, when you actually do the baking business on the side, and you're not necessarily like, the money isn't what you're hoping for survival with. That's money that you're basically putting back into the business to have the business basically make money for itself, as opposed to you having to make money for the business. Obviously, again, you're going to have to do an initial investment to do certain things, but it really, everything that you did this time that didn't work, recourse that. Okay, mama? What's the advice then for our girl? As quickly as you can, guys. Thank you. It's not a belief thing. Okay, so what is it about? It's about the weight, okay. And the trusting the process, okay. It's not a no. Okay, it's more a case of being assertive. It's a case of being assertive and remaining positive throughout the process. Okay. Yes, I had clients that had not given money from a year ago for balloon arch. I just let it go. She blocked me on everything. Yeah. Okay. So situations like those, you provide an invoice. If they aren't paying you and you've already paid, like given them an invoice, you can take it to small claims courts. It's not going to cost that much to take it to a small claims court. And you also basically teach that little spirit, don't ramp with me. I'm not someone to be played with, because that spirit's going to come in through different agents. It's going to use different people to see if it can try test you and see if it can basically continue to keep you in cycles of these types of like losses, basically. Okay, because these are some of the very things that is basically lowering your self-worth as we speak about the business dynamic. Right, so let's dead that. If you ever find yourself in a situation where you invoice people, okay, they have 30 days in which to pay that invoice. You invoice them and you give them invoice due date reminder, you give them a late dates reminder, and when those things actually fail, you take it to the legal route or find some means to be able to kind of, get something from them. If she didn't pay you the money, you should have said or asked her, well, at least give me a review, because you're clearly not going to think. And also, moving forward, don't ever trust anybody's words as far as like, oh, I'm going to pay you such and such, no. If it here, okay, so Tesco's is a supermarket here. Walmart is a supermarket in the States. I don't know where you're from, but let's go with either of these, right? Nobody can go into these stores and be like, oh, I'm going to take this can of beans. I'll pay you when I feel like it. Okay, do you know what happens? The alarm goes off when they're leaving the store and security gets them in a choke hold and they got to put that shit back. The same rule should apply. If they haven't got the money, they don't leave the store. Security needs to put them in a chokehold and they need to put that shit back. They can't afford it. That means that they don't get to have it. Otherwise, them doing what they're doing is depleting your self-worth because they're not paying you your value. And every time they take away from you, it depletes your worth a little bit more. Okay? Yes, she didn't even want to give me a pick, and yes, pay all the day before that part, okay, before any delivery, because this is how you're going to be able to think. So all the things that you've basically learned during this cycle, don't worry about it. That was just your learning process. Now you're going to put yourself in a job situation to be able to actually, and this nice tendency that you have, mama, you're gonna have to get a little bit more grit. I'm not gonna lie to you, the world is fucking ugly, pardon my French. You heard my neighbor having a go at me like I was a bad guy and he's the villain in my story. That part. Okay? You got to get more grit about you because literally people here, not everybody has the same heart. Do you understand? And some people will convince themselves, as wicked as their heart is, that they're actually a decent person. It's unfortunate that their child is now going to have to sit in the karma of that poor decision, unfortunately, because they don't care, but somebody on their lineage is going to care. Okay? I know you're trying, mama. I know you're trying. Keep doing, though. Like, seriously, you got to be firm because I'm telling you, a lot of the times we're getting ourselves into contracts with demons and they just keep leading us into more contracts with more demons. That was a whole demon, okay? Like, she had no intention of paying you. That was a selfish demon. Those are the worst demons. A demon of manipulation that just keeps you in contracts with other spirits that can generally be quite manipulative for things moving in their favor. You don't want that for yourself. Do you see what I'm saying? Just do. Okay? But yes. They're saying just be assertive. That's the main thing for you going forward. Be assertive and there will definitely be a peaceful resolution to all of this. Okay? I hope that was useful for you though. Beautiful. Right. We've got Lakia next, I think. And then we're going to close it out with Spiritual Journey Tarot. Because I don't think who was the other one as well? That's okay, beautiful. That's okay. Thank you, my love. I'll do some Reiki on that root and solar plexus chakra tomorrow. Send you some positive energy. Oh, good. Spiritual Tarot, good. You're still here as well. Lakia, you're still here. You've typed out your question. Let's see. And then we're going to close out the space with Spiritual Journey Tarot because Andrea 54 is no longer here. I don't think I've seen her for a while. So, yeah. Was my friend Ariel telling me the truth over the phone? Enjoy your night, beautiful. That's okay. Thank you. Thank you for stopping in and being patient and joining us tonight. You're good. Was my friend Ariel telling me the truth over the phone when she told me that Darius wasn't having a baby on the way with his ex-lover? Why was Libra Darius calling my housing number? I'm in Leo. Okay. Okay. One question at a time. I see how you doubled up on the question there. I won't hold it against you. We'll unpack them both anyways, but this is something that the guides have been calling me out on myself. They said that this is why my readings are so long. I'm still in training on this. I'm getting better, but I'm generally quite invested for you guys as well. So my own personal questioning process can be quite long. I think we've only got a Spiritual Journey Tarot on the list next. Beautiful. I think everybody else is gone. So yeah, if we just put her on the list, Amira's not here, Andrea 54 isn't here. So we'll just keep her on the list, just Spiritual Journey Tarot, and that's it. Okay, so that's not the card. So was Ari telling the truth over the phone when she said that Darius wasn't having a baby on the way with his ex? Thank you, Mina. Thank you. Was she telling the truth? Yes or no? Okay. Give me a yes or no. Was she telling the truth? As clearly as you can, please. Thank you, beautiful. She was telling the truth. Sorry, I was like diving into it. Yeah, she was telling the truth. She was telling the truth. So I'm gonna go and have a look and see on your other question, right? Why was Darius calling Lakia's housing number? Okay. Okay. Okay, he was navigating through some indecision. I think that he wasn't necessarily sort of like, he was questioning some things, basically. That was him flip-flopping and dilly-dallying, and kind of backpedaling a little bit when he called. What was his intentions for Lakia when he called? Okay, what was his intentions for Lakia when he called? Okay. Okay. Clarify, put it into context. Thank you. Okay, he was trying to be stealthy. He was trying to be stealthy about a housing situation. Yeah, he was trying to kind of like, I guess, he was trying to get away with something to do with, I guess, trying to like get a home situation together. Yeah. Seems like he was trying to sort out a home situation, which is why he was reaching out to them. I want to elaborate on that a little bit, actually. So what do you mean? I just don't know if it's exactly true if he has a baby on the way. I don't think he has a baby on the way with the ex, no. Everything sort of says no. Yeah, everything says no on that situation as far as the baby thing. There may be more of a fear and concern based on his character more so than anything else. Okay, I think he was basically just trying to figure out a housing situation, like separately on his own type thing, by the looks of it, because he was like looking at basically like getting himself to more of a self-sufficient place. So yeah, that's what that was about, pretty much. Okay. Let's close out the space and see what the guides advise as far as how to work your life. That part. What do you guys advise, Lakia? How does she navigate through this space then, guys? As clearly as you can, please. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, that's cute. Okay. So they're saying in terms of navigating through the situation, it's a case of just sort of like stop overthinking it and know that you're already doing it. Just keep going in the direction that you're going in. With some of these things, like with the Darius situation, try not to overthink it. You've already got your answer from Ariel. Don't let your worries or concerns about his character basically like, cause you to keep looping on the same question over and over again. And yeah, just kind of continue to ask yourself, how are you being called to step up and lead in certain situations? These things are likely to trigger you in order to be able to get a reaction so that you can understand how or where to move in terms of your next steps, right? So yeah, just stop overthinking it and keep facing the true north, as they say. You're doing what you're supposed to be doing with the situation at the minute. Okay. He doesn't have the ex pregnant. And he was basically just calling around the housing number to see if he can actually get himself into a better, more self-sufficient situation. Okay. I hope that was useful for you then, my love. That's all good. That's all good. Okay. All right. Spiritual journey. I think I've still got your question as well. I think you put it out there. Nope, I didn't actually note it down. Well, if you want to put it back out there, beautiful. Thank you, Mina. Okay, beautiful. Let's see what we've got for you. I can imagine. I can imagine. Let it go. Shake it off. You seem to be overthinking it. And I get why you are, because his character's questionable, so it could very easily be the situation, but it's not, thankfully. So you're good. Okay. We want a general for Spirit Journey Tarot. Oh, hey, Erica. Oh, shit. I said your name, girl, and the whole deck went flying. Snap. I guess that was the open sesame moment. That opened the files for this general reading, mama. Okay. That part, Mina, right? I don't know, beautiful. I guess we're gonna find out. I'm going to unpack the cards and see what they're saying. Oh, snap. Oh, dude, that is funny. Okay, so interesting. You navigating through some deep pressures at the minute, my love? The depression aspect of things have come up twice, so I have to ask the question. When I parted the deck initially, it came up potentially to do with just delayed situations. Yeah. Okay. Let me receive it all, and then I'll feed it back to you then, beautiful. Okay. So what they're saying to me, right? Yeah, well, that's precisely it. It's a delay of them actually sort of like changing. I think that you've been asking for certain things for a minute. You've been asking to be seen. You've been asking to be able to have a voice. You've been asking for your opinion to matter, but it just still doesn't. And I think that those are some of the things basically that is kind of like keeping you guys where you are right now, in terms of this depression that you're navigating through with family, right? It seems as though that situation's actually just going to, I'm not going to lie, just it seems like the situation is just going to continue to be kind of what it is. It's more a case of you. Yeah, I know, beautiful. I know. I think it's more a case of you being able to kind of like juggle the dynamics of what you're navigating through, and kind of like prioritizing, i.e. yourself, in places and stages where you need to, because it's relevant. I think as well, it's interesting because for them, the hold off with the situation seems to be, how can I put it? It's stemming from a place of like their own frustrations as well, and them kind of feeling like, you know, there isn't really much of a direction in terms of the vision. They don't see. I don't want to go too much into it, because I was going to say, like, why are you guys struggling so much? But I see that it really is like a bunch of different personalities trying to like mesh with each other and pretty much just like get on the same page, which is a challenge because there's so many differences amongst you guys. But yeah, they're saying that with the situation, there will be a point in life where you will be stable. I think some of the I want to say lack of respect, I guess, is that they don't necessarily respect where you are entirely right now, in terms of like where you are in life right now. And I feel like with your situation, with your own stability, being in a place, and I'm not saying that you're not stable right now, I'm saying that right now the stability can be shaken as well at the same time. One wrong thing out of place and we have a tower moment, basically everything comes down, right? But when you're in a different, I guess, level of stability, where even when shit has hit the fan, you're not moved, I think it's one of those situations where that's when they'll start to be able to kind of like be open to hearing your voice and be open. And I'm not saying that you need to sort of do these things to basically get people's validation. It really doesn't matter, like, what you do with certain things. When love is unconditional, as it's supposed to be, you guys just kind of like try and figure out how best to navigate through said conflict, the conflicting differences of opinion. Yeah, I think they're saying with that situation, it's going to continue to be a challenging thing. They don't listen to me, just run over me or pass me off. And I get that. I see that already. That's a part of the situation. I just don't want to anymore. And I get you. I think if you don't want to, the only thing that you can do is to be able to remove yourself from the situation, because it seems like that's just kind of where they're at. That's where they're vibrating. That's how they know, basically, to treat you. And for some reason, it seems like they're under the impression that that's what you're here for lack of a better way of putting it. I have to put that out there. That's how it comes off. They treat it like that's what you're here for. I do see you getting stronger throughout the process, though. I do think that things take a while to get better for you guys. I want to say between 2 to 3 years before things actually really start to get better. I think that one by one, after the next 13 to 14 months, they will start to here to basically be the black sheep, like play out that role within the family. No, for them to be able to kind of like have you round as a relationship of convenience when they feel like it, because they will bring you round from time to time when it's going to be of convenience to them, when it serves them, when it's a situation that is going to be beneficial to something that they have going on in life. Do you see what I'm saying? So yeah, that part. But Yeah, for the most part, things start to shift around about 13 months from now, 18 months from now. Yeah, because that's the whole point. They project themselves. It's a projection. That's not even anything. When they do shit like that, because you don't want to store those types of things, because we store energy in our organs. You don't want to store those things in any organ that you're carrying that could potentially that selfishness actually lives in the heart. So you don't want to store that in your heart. You need to return that shit to sender and rebuke that projection. Okay? Because that's more them projecting themselves at you when it comes to certain things. Yeah, once you get into a position where you are more stable, they start to respond to you differently, which is sad, but hey, some people are that shallow. I guess your family is one of them. I don't know if I'll open to them anymore. I'm literally about to cry now. Oh, beautiful. And I get that. I get that. Honestly, because it's her and my mom. And I understand. And this is what I was gonna say, obviously, with the people that you're navigating through. There's one shift that happens 13 months from now. There's another shift. So with one person that happens 13 months from now, there's another shift that happens with the other person 18 months from now. But as far as getting into a better place, that's not going to happen until just over 2 years, 2 years, 5 months from now. That's really when you guys are able to kind of feel like you guys are more aligned together, as opposed to all of you guys basically being at odds, just in different ways, you know? Oh, oh my God, guys. I'm gonna do your guidance from the guides and go to my bed before these insects try and eat me the hell up. Damn. What's the guidance then, guys? What do you guys advise our girl Spiritual Journey Tarot to do in the meantime, in between time? Because, yeah. What do you guys advise our girl to do? Erica, what do you advise Erica to do? As clearly as you can. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So they said, there's abundance. There has been abundance since previously, but you're just not necessarily ready to really be able to sort of tap into another layer just yet of the relationship dynamics that you guys are having. But as you move forward, continue to ask the angels, continue to put it out there so that you can get some ultimate clarity on certain things, in terms of your own power and your own nature, because this dynamic has been depleting your self-worth. It's been putting you in contracts with spirits of confusion because of other people basically gaslighting you. You're going to get better at navigating through the process of the things that you're navigating through in these spaces. That's all I'd say to you. This right here, that situation right there, is just training. It's training to be able to kind of make you strong enough for some of the bigger tasks that are ahead of you. Okay, my love? 13 months, one dynamic, the easier of the two in those dynamics shifts. 18 months, 9 days. The other one shifts. Well, 18 months, 7 to 9 days, actually. The other one shifts. And then 2 years, 5 months from now, different situation altogether. Okay? I hope that was useful for you there, beautiful. Let me start packing up shop because I am going to run my ass to bed so I can wake up bright and early tomorrow and write Martin's ass a bloody letter before I have my Bible study where God come tell me that I need to be a better person than what Martin is showing himself to be. Okay? Because all that good shit that grace I've been given Martin. Martin feel like he can come curse at me out my window and hurl abuse at me. For what? You should see this little fragile old man as well. If I even pushed him too hard, his ass would fall. So I don't know why he's out here talking like he's a big bad wolf. But he shall be getting a letter from me tomorrow before God changes my heart. He gonna get some demon time, okay? That part. Mercury retrograde. On that note, guys, I am going to love you guys and leave you guys. It was nice hanging out with you guys tonight. I actually have my assignment that I'm going to do tomorrow, so it's a little bit action-packed right now. So, yeah. But I will catch you guys, I think, next week. I may be doing the live on I think I'll be doing it on the Saturday again, actually, because I'm doing overtime this week, so I'm going to be exhausted, guys. Pray for me on that one, actually, because that's going to be a long ass week ahead. But I'm looking forward to coming and hanging out with you guys again next week. We're going to be live on Saturday, probably around about the same time. I'm going to try and make sure if it's not good weather, I keep my ass inside so that I'll be able to go live at the time stipulated, and we can just take it from there, y'all. Okay? On that note, beautiful people, I am going to, like I said, love y'all and leave y'all and go to bed. I'm going to sign out. There we go, y'all.
The things they said to hold her back, they never seem to leave her head and tend to keep her mind at war. All the things they said to hold her back, they keep her locked inside of all the times when she's been hurt before.
All right, guys, that's it from me. It was lovely hanging out with you guys. Ilias, I'm sorry, my love. The 9's over. I've been here for 5 hours. I'm exhausted. It's 4:27 in the morning. I'm off to bed. I'll catch you guys next week. Mwah. See you later, guys. Bye.